Now, all of them can be spheres. None of them can be spheres. Two of them can be spheres. I just need to know which ones you think are spheres and which ones are not.
I think all are the balls, you know.
All of them are balls?
Um, yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean,
Okay.
the
Are you
second one,
sure?
I don't know about it, you know, because the shape, you know, it doesn't match like the others. But yeah, it's
All right.
it's like the circle, you know. So the
Here,
round.
here is the GIF. Here's the GIF that demonstrates what they are.
Oh, okay.
So
Mm.
again, when you look in the sky, how do you know any of those things in the sky are spheres? You only ever see one side of them. That's what Dandelion was trying to tell you.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I got you. I got you.
Go
You're
ahead,
right.
Dandelion.
You're right. So, so yeah, we don't know about it, you know. I mean, we cannot believe in anything that. I mean,
Yeah, but we do know, I mean, because of many different tests that have been done, did you see the link I put there in the side chat that says observations? Did you see that? I tagged you there. Um,
huh. Let
yeah,
me go check.
so yeah, those are some long distance observations, some laser tests, some radio wave propagations, and so on. That each one that's listed there, it's a small sampling of the many tests that have been done that demonstrate that the predicted curvature that would be there if we lived on a sphere of a radius of 3,959 miles is not actually there. So, and then, we have a lot of those have been explored in more details, like laser tests, the FE core laser tests that I just put there into the side chat. The longest one at 25 miles, the laser hits the target, and if we were on a sphere, then the target would be obscured by 297 feet, and that expected drop over distance is just not there. So, um, I mean, in this particular area, we can conclusively state that we definitely do not live on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, and there's no indication that we live on a sphere of any sort. So the heliocentric model is a failed model. It's a belief, and we're here to empirically test the predictions of this failed model in reality, and we find that the place where we live does not match this claim. So we don't have to sit here and wonder, like you said, we don't have to think about, we don't have to go to Area 51 to find out if we live on a globe. We don't have to do
Yeah.
anything. I mean, like, I went to Lake Michigan to do my long distance observation, and people can go to a location that's close to them. That's why I gave you the summary of different observations around the world. You can go anywhere. I mean, people are doing new observations all the time. That's why I told you that list is just a small sampling. I met a woman last summer who was going all around the Great Lakes and uh, doing new long distance observations and documenting them very carefully. There's just so many of them that it's just there's no question remaining. There's just the globe is just failed. I mean, you only think you live there because someone told you, right? Like in your world, doesn't it seem flat and not moving. Have you ever seen a globe or a curve or felt any motion or observed any motion in the real world where you live off of a screen? Have you ever had any experience with a globe that didn't involve a television or computer screen or phone screen?
No,
Yeah, I know, 'cause it's not real.
I never.
Yeah.
Sounds weird. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a science fiction creation. It's not like real, uh it's not that big a deal, people just try to make it a big deal, but accepting the world the way it actually is a healthy thing to do.
It made for some cool Hollywood movies.
Yeah. It gets really weird when they have an image that's effectively 9 pixels and they create this really high resolution computer generated image and tell us a really fantastical story about those 9 pixels.
Yeah, for the LRO pictures of the Apollo relics, it's 2 pixels. So 2 pixels prove that they landed on the moon.
Yeah, so that's the cool thing about flat earth dynamic folk, as opposed to like Area 51 or any other kind of alternate theories. I mean, I'm all about questioning the mainstream, but a lot of the things that question mainstream narrative, they can't be conclusively proven one way or another because they have to do with, as you mentioned, classified information or historical events or you're relying on other people's testimony or ideas. But in terms of determining if you live on a globe or not, you don't have to rely on anyone else. You can go out and figure that out for yourself. Did you see the information that we've been putting there in the side chat? Did you see the link about the laser
Yeah.
tests and the other stuff?
I saw the link that you sent it.
Yeah,
The greatest laser experiment in history again. The curve.
yeah, yeah.
Let
Because
me go. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
this chart that I just put up there that shows you the drop below horizon due to Earth's supposed curvature that would be expected at different distances. If we lived on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then the curvature would be increasing at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared. It's because of the squared function in there. It's an exponential growth. That means that even though 8 inches per 1 mile seems small, once you get up to 10 miles, you've got 66 feet of expected drop, 20 miles, 266 feet, and so on. Do feet mean something to you, or do you need metric measurements? Because like 20 feet of drop, 266 feet of drop, like I was talking about that laser test. So, like a story on a building is like 10 feet. So that would be like a 26-story building. That's about what we're talking about, a little more than that for the longest laser test. It's a lot of missing drop. If we lived on a globe of the size claimed, you would see it. You would see the effects of it in the world, and we just don't ever see it. So, like a hotel, if you go there and you go up to the 26th floor, I mean, most hotels don't even have a 26th floor, but high-rise building, it's really high. That's a lot of missing curvature. It's not close. We don't have to squint. We don't have to think maybe we made a mistake. It's all over the place. And that's just one thing. I mean, we have other long distance observations, infrared observations that are even further than that, even more missing drop. City of Chicago, 1,800 feet of missing drop, an entire Chicago skyline that we can see that should be hidden. So, what do you think about that? There's the Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan.
Wow. Looking really nice. Yeah,
Yeah, it's great.
yeah, wow.
It's really nice.
We see this after a long time. Yeah, I mean,
How much curvature you reckon that should be hiding behind? Welcome.
I don't want Indian girlfriend.
What the?
Are you trying to share something with us, sir?
I put the cow shit in the curry and the cake. I'm sorry.
All right.
Yeah, well, we were talking to Dynamic Folk. He was very cool. Yeah, so what do you think about all this information there, Dynamic Folk?
I'm not gonna lie though, that was kind of funny. I'm the one that put the curry in the cake.
I didn't understand that, but I'm glad you thought it was
bro,
funny.
ban this guy. He's crazy, bro.
I don't
He's
want
making
Indian
me laugh.
girlfriend.
I don't know why you would put curry in a cake. That just sounds horrible.
And the cow shit. I put the cow shit in. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Oh,
you're
come on,
very
bro.
gross. You're very gross.
Yeah, you didn't have to go that far.
All right. So you have two options here. You can either ask a serious question or you can leave.
Yeah, you can't leave, bro. Otherwise, they're gonna ban you.
I don't want Indian girlfriend.
The fuck?
He does
Bro, look
not
at the
want a
pictures.
girlfriend? Is that what he said? He does not want
Yeah.
a girlfriend? Okay.
Most of those guys
Yes.
don't want girlfriends. You know how it is.
I don't want girlfriend. I don't want Indian girlfriend.
Yes, they love balls. I know. I've heard all about it. I've been hearing about it for
Correct.
years
Yeah,
now.
that's right. That's right. They don't want a girlfriend.
I do
Yes.
want a girlfriend. I don't want
Bro,
Indian.
do you have another question?
I put the cow shit in the curry. I'm sorry.
Dynamic Folk, why are you avoiding my question about your response? Can you not give me a response?
No, I'm looking at the pictures, you know?
Okay.
Yeah. Damn. It's pretty good, you know? The sunset, the weather. Wow. That's what I was looking.
Yeah, the horizon looks pretty flat, doesn't it? Yeah, that's what it looks like when you're on the water, right? When you're on
Did you
this
took it from the Google? I mean, or maybe they let it
well,
to.
Well, you can
j-
Google from Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan, and there's lots of photos of it.
Oh, really? Wow.
yeah, and that should never have been seen. All of those should have been hidden around the imaginary curve, which isn't there. Yeah, because water, water's flat, right? Like,
Yeah, the water is flat.
yeah,
I
that's what it
mean,
is. Yep, no doubt. Never stops
yeah, no
being flat.
doubts. No one can say if it globe. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, so and it covers over 70% of the
I
known
think 71%.
yeah, there you
Yeah.
go. Yeah, 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 yeah. So of our known, living area here, we got over 70% water, right? Which we always observe to lie flat. Like you
Well, the
see the
water,
flat
the
horizon there.
the West
Mhm.
Coast is actually the water on the West Coast is lower elevation than the water on the East Coast. So water's not necessarily flat. It's level most of the time, but it's also very wavy. There could be big. It can be not flat.
Go
The
away,
opposite
Talon.
of liquid. So I disagree that it's flat all the time. It is level often.
It's flat when it's at rest, Talon.
There's different sea levels because the Earth
He
is not
he
flat.
thinks the ocean has different heights to it.
Yeah, because when think of Earth, the oceans as giant rivers, and so they the
How
water
much
will
higher
push
is
the
the
lowest.
East Coast than the West Coast?
The lowest point of the ocean, the ocean floor has a pretty is
What
actually
does the floor have to do with it?
because the water is on top of Earth, and
Who
so
gives a shit about the floor?
it just fills to as far as it can go, and then
You're
the
an
talking about-
idiot.
Yeah.
level of water.
Is this guy talking about a hill of water?
Yeah, hills
He
of
thinks
water.
I don't know anything
if you have a bathtub and you put a
Different
brick in
basins.
it, a brick will appear on top of the water.
They're called ocean basins. You can go like up. You have to go up elevations of water.
Yeah, how much higher is the Pacific or the Atlantic than the Pacific?
I don't know the exact number, but I know one. I don't even know which one's higher than the other. Pretty sure
Well, you made the claim that the
probably.
East Coast was higher than the West Coast.
I'm not sure where the current, the jet, like different currents, jet major.
Well, maybe you should put yourself on mute and go look for it then.
Well, I mean, it's out there. We already found it. I don't have to look for it.
Or go find the numbers. I want the numbers.
The exact numbers.
Yeah.
Oh. No, I don't really. I'm not. That's sounds boring. I was just referring to what
I'll tell you
what
what.
took place with Mary Mom Dandelion.
Dandelion was having a wonderful conversation with Dynamic Folk over here. So if you'd like to continue, Dandelion, I'm gone ahead and reserve that for you.
Yeah, I don't know. Dynamic folk. He's looking at the pictures of the flat water. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was, trying to say to you before Talon went off on this other tangent. Dynamic folk. So, if you have a surface area that's over 70% water, and we observe water lies flat in its container, and anytime you are sailing around on a large body of water, such as the ocean or the Great Lakes, you see a flat horizon all around you. If you keep traveling in a boat, for example, at no time do you start to observe any kind of a curve. And not only that, I mean, you don't have to rely on just your eyes because, as I mentioned to you, you can measure it because that's why we use water to do these long distance observations, because that is why you can see the skyline of Chicago in these images that we show you, is because we've got the flat water there without any obstructions in the way. So that's really the reason why we use water to do these observations and laser tests. But if you just, and on a larger scale, if you think about how could we have this surface being covered by over 70% of water that's always going to be flat in its container, that never is curving at any time, that's not observed to curve, that's not measured to curve? The answer is we don't. At no time, it is not curving. There is no ball. There's no globe. The water is just continuing on just as you observe it to do in a flat way.
I mean, you're right, but do you think is it the picture real that we are looking in the chat? The last picture of the Chandrayaan-2 captures the Apollo like 11 lunar modules, and I
Let's
mean,
see.
I don't know what they are talking about it.
Rayleigh has put that on there. I don't know if maybe he can talk to you about it. He's here. He wants to know about that image there.
Yeah, where's all the rest of the stuff they left behind?
I like how the shadows go in different directions. If you look in some craters, they're going straight horizontally, and then if you look in others, they're at like a 45-degree angle. It's pretty neat. In fact, that spaceship is right next to a crater, and two shadows are going in different directions. That's wild. Must be a special spaceship.
And I'm sure all the pictures they took while they were there capture that ground, all the holes in the ground perfectly.
The map of the surface height of the ocean into the chat. Couldn't place the picture, but you can see the difference between sea level and changes depending on where you are on the globe, because it's called the surface height.
So when you're just sailing, all of a sudden you just go like up a hill.
Yeah, of water. Yep.
Oh, that's crazy. How do you go uphill and there's no issues?
Because you're on a boat.
So boats go up hills?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you got motors and wind.
No, without a motor. If you're just sitting there,
It's only
flowing,
like
flowing with the current. You flow uphill.
So really low. It's a very low
Do
grade.
you flow uphill?
No, the water doesn't flow uphill. You're on
Oh,
top.
okay, never mind. I don't know what you're talking about then.
Well, you'd be on top of the water, right? Like when you go up a river, you never like paddled up a river. It's a huge pain in the ass, but you can do it. Like I know that was a difficult concept. Have you ever been on a boat before? But yeah, you can actually see the pictures right there. Riley's got it. Because I mean, it makes sense when like the Earth isn't level all over the place. So why would the water on top of it be exactly flat, other than like it fills the container? But it's so huge that it's never like fully, it's
not a hill of water.
Cycle never stops moving around. It's a liquid.
Yeah, so we've got some new people in here. If anybody's got a question about flat Earth or a comment, feel free to speak up. Welcome, Ajusi and Gilbert. Did you have any other comments or question, dynamic folk?
I don't have any question, but I have just one. But I have a weird question. Maybe you're gonna love, but I have a question that I always think that if the Earth, the Earth, if it move, if this planet is move, why can't we feel it? You know what I mean? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't move.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, do you think it moves or it doesn't?
No.
No?
Do you feel it moving?
No, I don't.
Me either, dude. I don't feel it moving either.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's
I don't,
never
so
been
why the-
conclusively. They should be able to test this so-called motion. It should be measurable, not only just, whether we can feel it or not. Like that's, people do discuss this for hours and so on. But they also, in addition to just your own personal experience, it should be able to be objectively tested and measured, and it's not. So there are certain, little parlor tricks and circus games that hardcore globe believers will trot out, and they're basically just that. They're just weird little tricks that someone will put out and claim that it's detecting motion, but in fact it's not. It's not actually detecting motion in any kind of a scientific, controlled, testable, repeatable, verifiable way. That has never been done. That is something that science could, in theory, do. If it existed, they could find the so-called effect of motion of the earth, and then they could try to figure out what the cause of this motion was. But since they never can actually observe any kind of motion to start with, they can't even get to the next step of trying to determine a cause, since no motion has ever been observed or detected. So absolutely right, dynamic folk. Not only can't you feel it, nobody can, including
Excellent,
the white lab coat in the sky.
I don't know then
excellent
why the science
observation.
it says that it moves, but there is a reason that we can feel it. But yeah, I don't feel that it's moving, so
So
I can't believe it. If
everybody has
someone
a
over here
vestibular.
can give me
So
evidence, so I will believe it. I'm sure.
everyone has a vestibular system in their inner ear, so we all should be able to detect motion, especially a 1,000-mile-an-hour spin. And that 1,000
It's
mile an
not
hour
even.
is actually the low ball of the number because it's allegedly moving much faster than that.
It's not even a matter of belief, man. Like once you have evidence for something, then you have knowledge.
That's what
Exactly.
I mean.
You don't need to believe something. Just go test it. If it
I don't
tests to
have to
be flat
believe
and
because
motionless,
I don't have to believe because I can't feel it.
so go with what your senses tell you. That's knowledge.
Yeah.
That's a start. That's what we call an axiom.
Hmm.
It's a base understanding. It's self-evident. It's not moving because I don't feel motion, or I don't feel motion, therefore it's not moving.
I mean, everyone has a different evidence. So like when I go to the search about the Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, what about the human sensation that it shows it is only on the Earth, the human lives on the Earth, but when we think about it, we have a lot of doubts, we have a lot of questions that even science, don't have answers of it. So, I mean, when you pause for a second and you think that who you are, where you coming from, I mean, why am I here? I always
Yeah,
have this kind
yeah,
of,
good.
I always have, and when I think about it, I got shocked. I mean, I made myself like, I don't know, like shocked, overthinking that why am I here? Who am I? What is this? What is the earth? Where we are coming from? I mean, that's a different thing. I mean, there's no related about with the earth, but Yeah.
Yeah, well, just your willingness to, question the propaganda that's been fed to you. It puts you far ahead of a lot of other people
Yeah.
on this earth. I mean, just your willingness to say, humans live on the earth. They do not live and they've never landed. There's no conclusive evidence that they've landed anywhere else, including the moon. The claims they make about various even contraptions landing in other places, such as the Mars rover, are just laughable. They've just created this entire fiction about going out there into outer space in order to distract people from asking the kind of questions you're asking about, what can you do on the earth where you actually live? Because there's many places left to explore here. There's many, many things left to do here.
I
We do not
mean,
need to be thinking about leaving here. There's zero reason to be doing that, as well as we can conclusively demonstrate to you that it's an impossibility for this fantasy realm of outer space to exist in the way they claim, that there's some kind of, vast vacuum out there that they're flying around in that's existing adjacent to the atmosphere of the Earth, meaning our atmosphere would, in their heliocentric fantasy story, would have to be uncontained, and we just like randomly go out of it and then we come back into it, and then gas is suddenly behaving differently at some line that they've drawn there, and while also claiming that there is no line or no container there. So their story just is absurd and non-scientific. It's just, I mean, calling it science fiction is kind of rude to real science fiction, because there is some decent science fiction out there that tries to hold together coherently within itself. I mean, like Ray Bradbury, he was pretty cool. Fahrenheit 451, that was a good one. I don't want to like insult Ray Bradbury by calling NASA, science fiction writers, because they aren't good at it. They're bad actors, bad writers, bad set design, bad animation. Everything about it is a disaster from beginning to end.
I mean, that's hard, to explain, but that doubts are never gonna be clear, you know? I
Well, I
mean,
know you've only just been introduced to it. I know you don't even
yeah,
know
we're
me.
gonna
Like,
keep thinking.
you wouldn't. I know, like, I've said it, like, think more than one time just since you've been here, that your doubts can be clear. The globe, it's not something that's in doubt. It's something that has been smashed and destroyed objectively, logically, rationally. Anyone with a clear mind who's able to actually observe reality and see if it actually matches this claimed model, which I don't want to, I've been avoiding the word model. I mean, they claim it's a model, but what is it modeling? Nothing. It's modeling their imagination. It's not modeling the place where we live. It's not a matter of doubt. It's just isn't. There is a very set rate of curvature that would be predicted by this sphere, which is just not there. And we haven't even talked about the maximum horizon distance. I don't know if you're interested in that, but that's a whole nother realm. It's not something you have to run around and doubt or question. You just look at the math, you look at the claim, you compare what we actually see in the world, and you realize, oh, okay, so they just made this whole thing up and perpetuated it through propaganda from a, multi-billion-dollar military, industrial, media, education, prison complex. I mean, yeah, it's not really that difficult to see if you're just willing to set aside a presupposition of the fantasy globe that you, had as your binky in your crib when you had your Yes, a onesie and your solar system mobile. It's just a matter of growing up, leaving behind the childhood fairy tales, and accepting reality the way it actually is. There's no. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to sit around and wonder about it, like you're wondering about Area 51 or anything else. You just
Yeah, I mean, you gotta keep looking at
compare.
it. Hmm.
Yeah, you look at it. I mean, I understand it's new to you. Like, I hope you'll look at some of the things that we presented. I mean, I have some other things I could present to you. Like, for example, I mentioned the horizon to you. Do you like watching YouTube videos?
Yeah, of
Oh,
course.
okay. Good. Yeah. Okay, because well, there's the one about the laser test that I put up there earlier, and then
I
Dr.
mean,
John, yeah. Uh-huh.
you know what? I'm 24 hours on the laptop.
Oh,
When I go
yes,
to
you're
the work
24. Oh, that is great.
because
That you're
I'm networking
24 and
engineer.
you're actually
Yeah,
willing to like question the nonsense is like extremely hopeful for the future of
yeah.
Hey,
mankind. Thank you very
Dandelion,
much.
that laser test that you put up there, I actually have a playlist of laser tests, so I'm just going to throw that back in there for him since he
Yeah,
likes
he
YouTube
likes to watch
videos.
stuff. So yeah, he can
Yeah,
later on watch this stuff. It'll be great.
there's
Yeah,
a
because
playlist.
Hell yeah.
okay, Leah, look at that. He's got a whole playlist of laser tests, and then I was going to put up some videos about the horizon measurement. I think you'll like this dude, Dr. John D. He's very matter of fact. It's just kind of like, because the other thing, besides the curvature rate, if we lived on a globe, also there would be a maximum distance that the horizon would be located, because you would have a geometric horizon where you would have objects be cut off from your view at a fixed location based on your observer height. And that's what these videos and other ones get into. There's a calculation. I don't know. Do you like math or not?
Uh, if I say that, if I be honest, I hate math.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
cool. A lot of people do. I love math, so that's why I'm
I'm
asking. I
very
don't want to
tough
be
with plus,
rude.
minus, multiplied. you know.
Yeah. So I'm like, so like this little image there that I showed you, like that just tells you based on, there is a formula, 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
But if I say
That
the
the
math
maximum
is
distance would
also,
be 3.46 miles. I mean, you don't have to actually know the calculations. I just wondered, like, some people like to go and do the calculations themselves. Other people, are willing to just look at the results. But so basically, the point is, we see the horizon way further than it should be. And so that's what those Dr. John D videos go into. He has one about wind farms, another one's about buoys. And he basically just tells you, well, Karen B is the one narrating those. And Karen B says, if you see the horizon behind the buoy, then you don't live on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Like that, period, end of sentence. Like, and you can run around and think about what that means if you want, but like, you can't be imagining that you live on this sphere. I mean, you can, people do, you can imagine it, but you don't have any mathematical or scientific legs to stand on. Like, you would have to then, which some people do, they just like balls, they just like globes, they like to imagine
The
they live on
delusional.
them. Yeah. Or other people who are liars, and they're dishonest. We've had one example of that tonight, where they actually pretend that they're on the side of science and mathematics. And these people, oftentimes they have like what you might call like a sharp intellect, or they're able to speak with a sharp tongue that makes it sound like they know what they're talking about, even though they don't. And they'll pretend that they know about science, and they'll tell you, "Oh, no, it's fine. Yeah, you're really on a globe. It's fine." And these people are the worst. But nonetheless, you don't, there's no reason to cling to this globe thing. It's just not reality. It's delusional. It's much healthier to accept the world the way it actually is. Don't you think, dynamic folk?
I think you're right. You know, I mean, I'm keep listening to you, but
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to
I
take
mean,
my word for it. I'm not trying to make you like change your mind tonight. That's why I
no,
keep
but
saying
you're
like
right.
you haven't
You're
even
right.
looked into this stuff. I'm just saying like the fact
I
that
mean, the
you are
cost.
willing to examine it is a good sign. Like that, I mean, I don't know what the percentages are. I mean, I can just go by my own observations, but a lot of people are not willing to examine the actual evidence. They just want to believe because they're afraid of going
Mhm.
against the mainstream view, which I feel from you, I do not sense that you fear that. Like, you're not afraid to go against the mainstream, right?
No, I never do. I never do. You know, I mean, I'm always the toughest guy. You know, I mean, asking questions and having the answers. That's it. What do
Yeah.
you mean by that? I mean, can you go to the chat? There is a guy, Flat Hulu. I mean, if he's saying that if he so he forgets 70% of all
I think
thought
he's
waves.
talking about Talon. He's not talking about you. I'm pretty sure. I mean, Flat Hulu's here. He could speak for himself if he wants, but I'm pretty sure he's
Yeah,
talking about Talon.
you're right, Dandelion. Thank you.
If you go to the chat, there has a lot of customs, that I'm keep looking. I mean, I'm listening you, but
You're
I'm also
distracted by
looking.
these people. Yeah. I hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're
I mean,
arguing with Talon. Yeah, they're not
you know
arguing
what?
with you. They're arguing with Talon.
A
Yeah.
lot of
Yeah.
arguments, and everyone has a different evidence. I don't say that they
Mm.
don't, but everyone has a different custom and different answers. When you're listening them all,
But you
you're
can
really
be
confused.
you can be objective, dynamic. You don't have to be subjective. There's things that you can know, right? Like if you stop breathing, you're gonna die, right?
Yeah.
If you don't eat, you're gonna die, right?
I mean, you have to find the object.
If
You
you're
know.
if you don't drink water, you're gonna die, right?
Yep.
You know the difference between your left hand and your right hand, right?
Hmm. I do,
These
bro.
are all objective things. These are things that you know, right? So when somebody tells you, "Oh, we can't know everything. We can only know things to a degree of certainty," don't let that virus get into your head. You can be certain. It's okay. And yeah, dude, like it. So what Dandelion is saying, like you're like, oh, the flat. There's these beliefs, and then you never know, or whatever the case may be, right? Like you're like, I don't know. I hear what you're saying. I believe you, but I don't know. Like we're not telling you to just believe us, right? Like Dandelion said, she went and made her own observation. I'm always looking for bodies of water that are 10 miles wide because I'm trying to find places to go to where I can make a long distance observation just for another proof because that's really all you need is just a distance of 10 miles. Probably even less than that, but 10 miles is sufficient. Anything more than 10 miles is just like the cherry on the cake. Um, but you'll have to do it yourself. It's fine if you want to just believe it. Like you're allowed to believe whatever you want to believe. But Dandelion is standing on knowledge, firsthand knowledge from her own eyes, her own observation. She probably saw it, was like flabbergasted, eyes were wide open. She probably smiled ear to ear, thought it was the most beautiful sight in the whole world, just seeing things, knowing it with her own eyes and her own heart. Um, that's something that you have to experience on your own. We can't tell you what that is. We can tell you how to go do it. We can show you the demonstrations and you can say, oh yeah, that makes sense. Um, but once you're out there, it's a beautiful thing.
Sheepdog, did you set curry in the cake?
The cherry on the cake? Yeah, I probably screwed that up.
Because the other guy said curry on the cake, and then you said that.
He put the curry in the cake.
Carrot cake.
There you go again.
Oh, carrot cake is so good. Only if it's, real carrot cake.
Oh, I love carrot cake. Carrot cake and spice cake.
Curry cake.
Curry cake.
Bro, what is
When I was
curry? I mean,
Oh gosh.
the spice. When I was in the army, they had spice cake at the chow hall when I was in basic training, and I was put on kitchen duty to clean up afterwards. And they were bringing the cake to the back, and we had to dump it all in the trash can. Well, I was one of those people that snuck the food because we weren't allowed to have sweets. We were on like a strict diet and training program, and so I snuck a bite of the cake, and it was so disgusting because the drill sergeant took an entire container of salt and poured it all over the entire cake just to ruin it. So that's kind of like why I laughed when that guy said that he put the curry in the cake. That would be a funny prank for people to think.
bro, who put curry in the cake? I mean, what we are talking about?
It
The
was just
fuck?
something somebody said. It was funny. I don't know. What do you think, Denny Lion? What were your feelings that day? Can you recall that moment where you walked up to the beach and took a look across? I mean, you probably saw it before you even got to your location to do the observation completely. You're probably looking at it the whole time like, oh my gosh, it's right there.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. I don't know how that is for other people, but like I'd seen Chicago across Lake Michigan before I knew that it had any significance or relevance to flat Earth. Like I was a child when I saw it for the first time. So, and people around here, I don't know, it's just common knowledge that you can see it over there. Like nobody runs around and thinks it's a big deal or freaks out about it, like it's just like you're just sitting there on the beach and then people look over there and they say, "Oh yeah, there's Chicago. Cool. Nice." Like people are excited about it, but it's just so common that it's not like and nobody I don't know what people think now. I haven't like interviewed people on the beach if they now have heard that it indicates the earth is flat. I don't know. I guess maybe I should interview them. But the first time I saw it after I understood that I shouldn't be seeing it if I were on a globe, that was exciting. That was at Warren Dunes. I was with my boys, and yeah, we took some pictures, and that was cool. The first time I saw it, knowing that it meant something, and then trying to document it myself. I feel like, even though I mean, we tell people go out and do your own observations, and I think it's good if people can do it, but not everybody can, get to a place that's easy to do that, especially if you're in a landlocked location. There's so many well-documented observations. I mean, you had to be in like serious denial, to look at all those and say, "Oh, guess all these people all across the world got together to conspire pretend the Earth is flat." I mean, talking about why would they lie? I mean, that's easy when you're talking about 24 Apollo astronauts or a small number of people at a high level of classified status in the government. Like, yeah, we can figure out reasons why people who are raking in $75 million a day, in the case of NASA, might lie to continue to live high on the hog, raking in the dough and living off the backs of hardworking Americans. It's harder to see why would all these people carefully document their observations and pay for equipment out of their own pocket and go through great hardship to carefully document these thousands of observations all around the world when they are all unconnected from each other and not profiting off of the earth being flat. So whereas I do think it's valuable to go and do your own, I don't. I mean, I know some people are like more obsessed with that concept than others, but I don't think it's necessary. I mean, you have to be in serious denial to look at the kind of evidence that we have, the kind of like the just FE core alone, and the kind of measurements that they came up with, and how some of these measurements were documented by the certified by the Hungarian government, as well as many, many, many other observations that are so carefully explained and documented that you would be insane to think all of these people were somehow lying about all this. I mean, it's just absurd on its face. That's what I'll have to ask next time somebody comes in here and asks me why NASA would lie. I'll just be like, oh, why would thousands of flat earthers all around the world lie about the Earth being flat with all of their long distance observations and laser tests? Tell me that, please. That's what I'm going to do next time. Sure, it won't take long. It'll probably happen tonight.
Yeah, that's going to be classic. I think that might be like the new question we ask over the next week or so. So we know it's not for money, right, Dandelion?
Yeah, and they're not lying. They're just trying to show people how they've been hoodwinked, and of course, I have to put this in here, especially for Dynamic Folk, because he's new to the topic. Like, we don't think everyone that works at NASA, everyone who points to a globe in a textbook and says to the children, "Here's where we live, students." Not all those people are lying. They're just passing on what they've been told, and they assume that someone has documented this, and then when you go to see who it is that has documented, you find out that nobody has. Ildico's back. I haven't seen Ildico in a long time. Hi, Ildico.
Hi there, sweetie. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. Yeah, we've been talking to this Dynamic Folk guy. You might like him. He's a very open-minded person. I know you like open-minded
Yes, I
people.
do. And I wanted to say, um, there's this one character who's I witnessed his conversion almost. He's from Singapore.
Oh yeah, I've talked to him. I've heard that he has come to see the Sons of Flat Earth.
Yeah,
But I
I was
haven't actually
astounded.
talked to him since this happened. I talked to him like 4 or 5 days ago when he was just getting
Oh, who's that?
started.
Cryptic? You talking about Cryptic?
Cryptic, is that his name? That's what he goes by?
I
Yeah,
think so.
Cryptic Net. Yeah.
He
I
was like,
just know him as the Singapore guy.
oh, it might be a different person though.
Oh no,
But this
that's the
guy
guy.
was
Yeah, no,
saying
he's
that.
No, he's a young
definitely from
guy.
Singapore. Believe me. Yeah,
Yeah.
I heard all about how Singapore is the greatest country on earth.
In the world, yes. But he's very ambitious, and I was really impressed by his kind of relentless pursuit of what flat Earth really meant, and that was very commendable, I thought.
I can't wait to hear him, since apparently he's turned the corner.
Oh,
Well, actually,
he's
when I
become
was
an
talking.
advocate.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. Because when I was talking to him, it was like he was avoiding the topic. You know what I mean? Like he was avoiding the evidence. Like he wanted to talk about everything else. But that was like last week or something. So I haven't
Right.
talked to him for a while.
What a difference a week makes. My God.
Mhm.
He's now actually out front, kind of advocating for the flat Earth, and doing his best to bring up the reasons why it's flat. It's very sweet.
Yeah, well, hopefully I'll get to run into him again.
Yeah. So
Did y'all
are you
hear what?
enjoying your? Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to ask. Did y'all hear what? Roland my Boulder said. I think he might be coming around to Flat Earth too.
I
Y'all
don't know
remember
that
Roland my
one.
Boulder?
No, I
Sisyphus.
don't. Oh yes.
Uh,
Oh yes.
you
Really?
remember him?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I did
Wow.
a
Oh
Wow.
my
Really?
God.
I did
That's
a search
amazing.
for Flat Earth in the English Hub, and then I scrolled down and I come across him where he says and I quote, give me a second here. Oh, this was amazing. I couldn't believe it when I seen it.
He might be just rolling his shoulder or rolling your boulder or something.
Dude, he's like
This is less
posted.
than 24 hours ago. Less than 24 hours. Here,
Okay.
That dude, yeah, he's gone, man. That guy's mind is so. I mean, he used to post like fan fiction porn of S.A. St. Mary. Okay, this guy
What?
isn't. You don't come back from that.
What?
Anyway, here you go, Ildiko.
Okay.
I'm tagging it right here.
Okay.
It says, I've noticed a lot of people pop in thinking they're going to destroy flat Earth quickly and easily and end up back on their heels because they didn't know nearly as much as they thought they did.
Wow.
Talking to
Okay.
Stevie.
That's really a good sign.
Cheap
How
dog,
crazy is that?
cheap dog. That many Glovers have said that in the past. Like even Matthew, he's not
Yeah.
gonna turn. Matthew says, yeah, the Glovers could join, and they don't know as much as they think they do, and they
Um,
yeah.
I made him go
It's
silent for about 30 seconds last night.
Hey, I wanted to say, Ildiko, that the sweetest thing I've heard Cryptic, the Singapore guy, ever saying is that me and Creed are retarded. That's the sweetest thing he's ever said.
Yeah, that's true.
yes, that's a
You're
compliment.
retarded.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a compliment coming from him, I suppose. No, but it's really quite remarkable that not only him, but I've noticed several people have kind of turned the corner and, admitted that they were wrong. And out here, just as a listener, it's one of the most interesting conversations in the internet or on the internet that I can find. I'm always drawn back to it. But it's because it's genuine. It's about genuine ideas, the sharing of ideas, and people are persuaded by the truth. And that's what's so, sends your spirit soaring when you see someone turn towards the truth. So anyway, keep up the good work.
Talking about cherry on top of the cake, Dandelion was the cake, and Ildiko will be the cherry. Just in relation to the conversation that we just had, listening to
Sounds
Dandelion
good to
and then
me.
listening
Yeah,
to
I'm gonna
Ildiko.
be. I guess I'll be. I don't know. Would a cherry be good on top of a carrot cake? I probably should be a chocolate cake in this case if we're gonna put a cherry on it. I would think. Yeah. Like, have you ever had a chocolate? What is that? Is that Black Forest cake that has a whole bunch of cherries on the top of the chocolate cake? Can't remember, but sounds good to me. I have to make a chocolate cake for my son's birthday next week. Maybe I'll put some cherries on it. I think that's a good idea. That'd be yummy. I don't know if they'd be easy to find this time of year. Not putting any curry in it.
Or salt.
I'm gonna put that on my grocery list. I'll see if I can find any. I guess you can always get canned cherries, but they, or like cherries in a jar, but they wouldn't be as good.
Anyway, I was just teasing. I don't know if rolling my boulder is going to be a flat earther. Uh, but yeah, Cryptic, he seems pretty genuine. Like, he understands that people choose to believe in the globe because they don't want to be canceled in society and lose out on opportunities to provide for their families.
I will be back, guys.
No problem, Dynamic Folk. Thanks for coming in, dude. Please come back. You're always welcome. Please ask questions.
Bro, I'm always here, I'm really interested in it. Yeah, I'm not gonna quit it, but yeah, I'm gonna be mute for a little bit more. I mean, yeah, I will be there.
Yeah, good. Look at some of those things that we
But I'm
posted for
listening,
you. Yeah, let us know what you
I'm
think. Oh, okay. You're gonna
I can't
listen.
talk, but I'm
Okay.
listening. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll try to make it as interesting as possible
Gotcha.
for you then.
Gotcha.
He sounds good about Cryptic. I was a little bit hard on him yesterday because I don't know. Maybe I was logging back the tonality that he had like last week about this whole group or whatever, and how Singapore was the best place in the world or whatever. America bad or something. But yeah, maybe he figured a few things out, and good for him. Hopefully, I can hear from him again to see what's going on with that.
Yeah, I haven't heard him talk about his newfound revelations about the flat Earth, but his level of brainwashing about Singapore, it actually made me feel hopeful about the United States of America because I felt like even though I feel like Americans are affected by
Entitled.
propaganda, brainwashed in some way, like in no way do we even come close to that level of brainwashing about our country. So at least we do have like other sources of information that are giving us other points of view. Like he actually made statements, it's on the live stream from when we were in the home server. All governments lie, except the Singapore government does not lie. I mean, I'm kind of like, wow, like I just can't even some of the stuff he was saying, he said that Singapore, the average IQ of people in Singapore is twice or thrice that of Malaysians. Like he was repeating stuff that obviously they're being told, that they're like the best. It was just like so interesting to me to hear. At least in America, even though people get like really serious about like their point of view, there's a lot of different points of view. You know what I mean? Like, there's not people who will say, I don't like, maybe there used to be, but these days, I don't know of anyone who's just kind of like, yeah, everything the USA does is just the best, and we're just so great no matter what. I mean, maybe it's sad that we are nobody's like that, but nobody's like that. I think they did used to be that way, but now it's because we're so divided, I guess. So maybe it's not such a great thing, but you know what I mean? Like they'll say, "Oh, this politician is great, and everything he does is great," or everything the Republicans do is great, or everything the Democrats do is great, but they won't say like the USA is just great. I mean, I guess I
Actually, I
shouldn't
know
say
a guy
that,
like
but
that. His name is Donald Trump.
yeah, I guess maybe. Like, I mean, I think the USA is great, like for many reasons, because it has like amazing, beautiful nature. Like you can find so many different types of natural environments in the same country. I mean, you can go to Hawaii where Eldeco is. You can go to Alaska. You can go to Michigan, where I am, like you just so widely varying types of land and just such a vast land. I mean, I would say USA is great, but it has nothing to do with the government. I just think it's great because it's just a cool place to be. So I don't know. Maybe I am just like Cryptic Net about the USA. I just don't realize it. So I don't want to live anywhere else, really.
Maybe you're brainwashed that the U.S. is not brainwashed.
Yeah, I might be, Jemsy. I might be. Ooh, Rayleigh's got some information about Black Forest cake. It does have cherries. Thank you. Oh, yeah, and the whipped cream. That's right. Oh, look at that. Oh my gosh. This looks amazing. Now he's craving Black Forest cake, he says. Decadent layered dessert featuring chocolate sponge cake, whipped cream, and cherries, often soaked in a cherry brandy. Traditionally uses fresh or preserved sour cherries. Okay, so I could find preserved sour cherries and it would still be Black Forest cake. Thank you. I thought I was right about that. Thank you for looking it up because I didn't look it up.
Ugh.
Yeah, Wes Effie says that America is the best. Okay, good. So we are brainwashed. Okay, thanks, guys. Ooh, Morvis made a Black Forest cheesecake. Nice.
Oh,
I don't know. I do not think actually I'm gonna say that it's not brainwashing because it's almost like to appreciate America these days, you have to go against the narrative, right? That's like there's a lot of anti-American sentiment out there for sure. So I think my love for America is based on natural observations. Oh, Wes says that's a reference. Yeah. You can count that I will not get like at least half of the popular references. Although I sometimes get them, but if they're in the 90s, then I won't get like probably 90% of them. But any other time, I might get half of them. Okay, you're saying it's a movie, and this movie is called Team America World Police. Oh yeah, 2004. Okay. Never ever heard of that. Not even one time.
is it that Dalmatian movie?
That's what it looks like. I'm just looking it up. There's like this weird picture.
It's like the most horrible movie ever, but it's hilarious.
Okay.
It's like, have you ever seen what was that movie with Brad Pitt where he was like the Southerner in Nazi Germany? Um,
Brad Pitt, a Southerner in Nazi Germany. Doesn't ring a bell.
yeah, he. As soon as I say the movie, you'll be like, "Oh yeah." Probably never watched it, but Fury? Can't find it right now. He had like a thick Alabama accent, and he was just so pig-headed about his actions. And it was just funny the way that he went about things. It reminded me a lot of Team America. Actually, if you want a good movie to watch that's real funny but stupid but funny, have you ever seen Bubba Hotep? Bubba Hotep?
No. Bubba Hotep.
Yeah, it's got the guy that did Night of the Living Dead, played Ash. Bruce Campbell. Anyway, the story goes that Elvis is alive living in a nursing home, played by Bruce Campbell. He's old, and all the nurses in the nursing home think that he's delusional. But the story is that sometime in the 60s, he sold his act to a lookalike, and that's who died on the toilet of obesity. And then his best friend is a guy in a wheelchair, a black guy, who thinks that he is John F. Kennedy. They tried to assassinate him, and the only way to get away was to get a pigment transplant. Change his skin color from white to black. Follow me so far, Dandelion?
Yes, I hear you.
Well, anyway, one night, the museum from across the nursing home had just gotten a new Egyptian mummy display in, and the mummy's tomb is cursed. Well, somebody took the jewels out of the tomb. So the mummy wakes up and goes around killing everybody like Jason on Friday the 13th. Like this is big, massive mummy. And the only two that are capable of stopping it are Elvis and John F. Kennedy. But it falls in line with the whole JFK, Elvis might still be alive conspiracy theory. It's funny. It ranks right up there with They Live.
Yeah, if I were the young people of today, I would be annoyed that they just keep rolling out all these historical people from the past, telling them how important they are. All these rock bands from the 80s are still being rolled out in the casinos and in the stadiums and performing. It's just so odd that that the culture is just being perpetuated from, I guess it's the baby boomers who are just I guess because there's such a huge demographic, it's why like their culture is just kind of like being like just rolled out from the grave, continuously. It's just so odd. You know what I'm saying? Like for some reason I got an email that was promoting Air Supply. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. Like Air Supply is touring? Like, I don't know. I just find it sad. I mean, I don't care if they want to keep singing and people want to keep paying for it, but it's kind of like seriously, like you can't find any 25-year-old that's capable of singing a song that somebody would want to listen to. You know what I mean? It's just so odd. I don't get it.
Hey, mic check.
We
You
hear
guys hear
you.
me?
Yes,
we
yes,
hear you.
yes. Hello.
Sorry to interrupt. Hey, what was the name of that movie, Sheepdog? Something Hotep? I was trying to write it down, but I guess my mic wasn't working.
Bubba, Bubba,
Okay, Bubba.
Hotep,
Gotcha.
Hotep.
Cool. All right, got it. Thank you, man. Yeah, that sounds interesting. I wanted to check it out. I was trying to ask about it, but I guess my mic wasn't working. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, it's ridiculously stupid, but it's funny if you know conspiracy theories. It's really funny.
Yeah,
Another great
that's what I'm
movie.
interested.
Another great movie that I watched recently that I watched before I knew about conspiracy theories was the movie Conspiracy Theory with Mel
No,
Gibson.
yeah.
I didn't know when I first watched it. I didn't know what MK Ultra was, and then now that I know what it is, when I watched it again, the whole movie made sense.
That's a movie I need to check out because that's one that came out before I was aware of any of the stuff. So I need more movies like
Have you
that
watched
too.
Have you watched Spaceballs?
Spaceballs? Oh yeah, that's a classic.
You
Mel
gotta go
Brooks,
watch
right?
it again, man. Yeah, you gotta go watch it again with when they open up the dome and the vacuum, the lady with the vacuum sucking the snow off the mountains.
You're right. I do need to watch. I don't think I've watched it since I've been a non-glober. I'm gonna definitely do that. I'm gonna watch it with my kids because that's a classic, man. I've probably watched that 100 times, but never as a flat earther.
Yeah, no, just if you ever get a chance to dive back in your memory and figure out what movies like were silly on its face, but now that you're awake, go back and watch them again and see if they don't make sense. Like where
Ooh,
they put the truth in plain sight.
what about Waterworld? Kevin Costner. Remember that one?
Well,
Seems
I
like
mean,
that's got some
I've
shit in.
seen that one before. It's a long movie. I've seen
Yeah.
it before, and I've seen it enough times. It's one of my favorite movies, but I can't sit through it anymore. I'd
Yeah.
have to watch it at least a few different times in a few different sittings. But I mean, it all aligned with me in the flood story. So like, for me, it was all biblical.
Yeah, definitely. That's a trippy movie, though. It definitely makes you look at the world a different way. Even back then, before I was like aware of all this, I was like, man, what if that happened? You don't really think about that. The water's flat everywhere. Back then, I mean, now it's obvious, but back then, when that movie came out, it was like a thought that crossed my mind that I didn't explore.
Here's a crazy one, right? In the movie The Matrix, when they're out of the Matrix, it's Hollow Earth, but Hollow Earth mostly aligns with flat Earth, right? And then when you only see the globe when they're in the Matrix.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. That's another movie I gotta watch again. I remember watching that when it came out
Someone
in the
actually made a
theater.
good reference. I don't remember. Yeah, I did too. I remember leaving there with my mind blown. Like I was awakened at that point on something.
I I walked out because the air conditioner was broken and it was in the middle of the summer, and it was. See, I'm in Chicago, right, and we got a couple of really old theaters, and I was in one of the oldest theaters that has like no central air, and that movie came out. It was like a really big thing, and half the theater walked out because it was so hot in there.
I
That was
think it
my
was AI
memory of it.
Overlord. AI Overlord the other night was mentioning that, like, in the Matrix, Neo never left the Matrix. He was just given the illusion that he left the Matrix.
Right.
Because when he was fighting the aliens, or the aliens, the robots, in Zion, right? At some point, he's blinded, and then when he's blinded, he's able to actually see the Matrix through his blindness, right? But he's not in the Matrix anymore. Or was he? He was just in a computer simulation of a computer simulation.
Right.
So I thought that was pretty interesting.
I saw an interview with I think it was the creator of that movie. It's like she's like a black woman, right? Not that it's relevant, but that's how I remember her. Was like she's had so much forethought and was like she wrote this as she like it's like they say the Matrix is like a documentary, right? It was such a play on reality. I don't know. It's just and then no, I'm sorry. I think it was the story writer, right? The person the Oracle, the lady that played the Oracle. That's the lady that was like that came up with the story. And I guess the producers or the directors of the film, they're like the two guys, they're like chicks now. You heard about that? I'm not trying to get on another tangent or anything, but there's just very
Say it
weird
again.
things about the Okay, so the lady that played the Oracle, right, where
Uh-huh.
she's like she bakes Neo the cookies or muffins or whatever.
Right.
That lady, she's actually the person who wrote the movie, right? And she's done several interviews and she talks about this movie was a documentary. Like she's this like she knows some stuff, right? And then you look at the guy, there's like two guys, I guess, who were the directors or producers, don't quote me on that. But I guess they transitioned over the years and now they're like, trans people now, which is like, it's just very
Actually,
weird about.
I'll send you a podcast episode of my friends did. They interviewed a
Mhm.
guy who says that she's actually like lying, and that he wrote the script and he had the proof, and he shows you the date of when he wrote it back in like 1993 or something.
You're talking about the lady that played the Oracle, right?
Yeah, I've heard her story that it was supposed to be there were supposed to it was supposed to be something else, and it didn't go the way that she wanted it to or whatever.
Yeah, I'm a bit hazy on all that. But there's like, I guess the directors or producers or something transitioned and she has done tons of radio interviews talking about how it's like based on like the reality that she's learned or whatever. It's a lot of strange shit around this movie, dude.
I'm gonna go find this episode.
But yeah, I mean, I guess
I'll
just
send
the
you
whole
some.
simulation narrative, I guess, is easy to attach to. It's like an scapegoat. Like I guess it could be more nuanced than
Not
that, but
flat.
like,
Just trust me, guys.
what's that, bud? Who's
Hello?
that? GX? What's up, man?
Yeah.
Welcome.
Welcome, man. It's not flat.
It is flat.
How do you know?
I'm just
How do you
saying my
know, man?
point. I've been in space. I'm Superman. See my photo.
Well, all right. You gotta come on. If you want to have a conversation, you gotta be real, man.
I'm real.
You think
We know you ain't been to
Flat Earth is a
space.
joke?
I'm just joking. Have a good day, all of you.
Let's stick around. Where the fuck you going?
That's the best he
Fucking
has.
pussy. What the fuck? God damn it. So anyway,
Relax, man, relax.
no, I'm good. I'm good. That was whatever. But anyway, you were saying?
I'm looking for the guy's episode. No, I'm close to it. But
Check it out. All right. So I guess we're supposed to see the northern lights, I guess, over here. So I'm going to try to peek out here in a little bit. I'm in Chicago, right off of Lake Michigan, right?
it's about that time, huh?
Yeah, so that's what they're saying. I guess you were able to see last night, but
There we
nah,
go.
it's cloud cover. You can barely see the moon. Did you see that super moon yesterday? I don't know where
Well, it's a
you're at.
supermoon when it's on the horizon anyway. That's just how it is.
Well, yeah, whatever it is, dude. That shit was huge.
They're like, oh, it's in perihelion. It's like, no, dude, that's just the way it's magnified when it's closer to the horizon. You're looking through
Yeah,
more
no, I
air.
know that. I know that. But it was just
They're
so it
retarded.
was you know, when you see it that big, man. I was in the I was in a parking lot. I was just leaving like a market, and I was with my daughter, and I was like, "Oh my god, look at that!" And I parked just so I can look at it. Man, that thing was huge.
Yeah, man. I posted it in the chat, and I went ahead and sent you a DM of the video. The guy makes a pretty compelling case, but it's a little out there when it comes to stories and stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna click on it so I can visit it in a little bit.
I'll DM you my episode too.
Sure. I appreciate that. So that's why I like hanging out here, man. Just every day you learn so much. I usually just listen because I'm usually driving on the highway, and my mic sucks when I'm on the highway. So, oh, I
Yeah,
got it.
that's what I'm
Thank
doing.
you.
Can you
You're on the
tell?
highway right now?
Yeah.
What? I did it a few times, and everybody's like, "Dude, I can't hear you," whatever, and I feel stupid. So I don't talk when I'm driving. I just listen. Like right now, like this time, like everybody's going to sleep. This is the only time I can actually talk now. So that's why I come on in the late evenings and stuff. Because it's the only time I really have to actually talk while I'm in one spot. Dude, I got 4 kids, man. I'm moving. I'm constantly on the go. Speaking of which, I'll be right back.
I won't tell you who stole the script, but when you hear who stole the script, you're like, oh my god, that's wild.
What do you mean? Wait, say it again. Who stole the script?
Yeah, who it was sent to, and then went out. They went out and filed court documents to own the script. They
Gotcha.
changed some things on it, and they were able to claim ownership to it.
Yeah. Well, I got it. I'm gonna check it out in a bit.
You're good, man. Check out my episode
Appreciate
too.
that.
Hey, does anybody know if this chat streams to the live stream?
What's that?
Does this chat stream to the live stream? They see the
I
chat.
what? Yeah, I see the YouTube bots in here. I assume so.
I mean, I see the YouTube bot. I'm just wondering if it actually streams to the live stream. Oh, yeah, it streams to the live stream. Oh, somebody changed the matrix. I wonder if that's Helio doing graphics on the live stream. Pretty dope. Talking about the matrix, having a matrix.
That's what's up, man. Helio's always on it. Legend.
We love you, man. We love you, Helio. Y'all
Want
need
you
to
to
go
have my
find
baby, Helio.
Y'all need to go find that YouTube channel, Helio Skeptic. Y'all need to give it a follow.
He's quite a good singer too. He's got some pipes, man.
But yeah, that Rumble channel that I posted for you, they actually have a Spotify channel as well. So like if you're driving and you're not worried about looking at the videos or anything, they do most of their stuff on audio, right?
That's cool.
They'll talk you through whatever they're looking at. And so there was a time where I was catching up all their episodes, and I was working as a delivery driver, and so I would just listen. And I started from the very first episode, just hit play. While I was at work, that was when the air that filled my ears, and it was entertaining as hell. So shout out to the Phone Booth Podcast.
Okay. Good, man.
What else?
Well, I appreciate the info, man. I'm gonna check out that stuff you sent me. I'm interested to learn more on that. You know.
No, they've interviewed quite a few people, right? Quite a few characters, and so just listening to people's stories, how they came to be who they are, and everything. Um, when I say characters, I mean like These are people with like huge followings on social media, and it's just interesting to see how their mind works. Like as good as my arguments are for a little bit on flat Earth, one of these days I'll step into the arena and I'll do a debate. Like I don't have time to organize anything, get my thoughts together.
Yeah, I have
Probably
trouble
will
with
do a
that
debate.
myself.
I probably will do a debate before I do an actual presentation. But some people are probably saying, "Oh, you should do a presentation first to work out." But regardless,
That's what I like. That's what I like about this place. You can kind of just stick your toes in the water. You know,
yeah,
that's what I need. Because like with everything that I know in my head, it doesn't mean shit if I can't articulate it. You know, like because you know when you learn, you know, when you learn things about the earth or the world or whatever the hell, you want to tell the people you love. You want to tell the people you hate. You just want to tell people because you have information. And it's very hard to be able to deliver that, you know, in an individual package, you know, depending on the person's uh, attitude, you know. And that's what I like about this place is it kind of helps you navigate those waters. You know. I do a lot of listening, you know.
right on. Yeah, no, I get that. That's kind of how I was, and then like I was thankful for everything I got to like learn when I first started in here. But there was like no elbow room, right? Like when big dogs are on, the big dogs are on. And then honestly, really what you need to do if you want to get experience and learning, you got to go to the other places. And you can't do it here. Like this is like, you know what to say, the center stage for the most part, right? Like you want to
Yeah.
cut your teeth, you got to go out, try
I
it,
mean, I've gone
other
to
people's territories. You got to go to the away team.
right. Yeah, I've gone to like other rooms on Discord and stuff, just poking around. As soon as I mention anything about flat Earth, I get muted immediately. It's like ironic in a way. Like it's almost like they've all been here and they've said something where like they put their foot in their mouth and they can't wait to like give it back to somebody who's a representative of our side. You know.
Well, what's your sales pitch? How do you open up when you go to a new place?
That's the thing. I don't really have a go-to. I just kind of, you know, engage in discourse with people, or like I just kind of. I mean, I'm a chill dude, man. You know, like I slip shit in casually, and I kind of meet people where they are. I try to gauge people, you know, because I don't know. I don't like to be. I don't like to come out and be like, this is who I am. This is what I think. You know, I like to kind of feel where other people are because I know that most people are duped one way or another. You know,
Well,
like my
here's the
neighbor,
thing.
for
I'll
example.
say
You
this.
know,
I'll say
go ahead.
this. Okay.
Yeah.
And I'll let you talk about your neighbor. But
No,
so it's not about like telling people what you think because you can't do that until their mind breaks away from the brainwashing. Like straight
right.
up.
I agree.
Until they can like remove cognitive dissonance from their mainframe, uh, you can't go off into the weeds with them on anything. You got to keep them focused. You got to, and it just takes practice, right? Like, oh, we know the Earth is a ball because of Eratosthenes. Okay, how did he do it? And you just kind of break that down. And then when they jump off that, you got to know what Copernicus said. You got to know what Galileo said. You got to know what Einstein said, what Kepler said. Um, you just got to be versed in those arguments. And the only way that you're going to do that, A, read it, or B, have the conversation. This is repetition.
Yeah, for sure, dude. I agree. And
Is that your wife in the background?
yeah, it is. And my daughter.
Is she? Oh, are y'all flat earthers?
Okay, all right. So
I
I
think
got a
so.
quick question.
What's up, man? Go ahead.
All right, so let's say it's nighttime, right? And I ask you, point to me where the sun is. Where would you point to?
Nowhere, because I can't see it.
Okay. So, are you guys flat earthers or?
Yeah.
Would you point to the ground?
Yeah, the question is for you. Like.
No, I understand that. Like I mean, I guess we could look it up where it's noon or something, or where the sun is, and point in that direction. But if we didn't know better, we wouldn't really know where to point. But if I flip the question, would you point to the floor?
Yeah, that's what I would do. Yeah, well, what would you do? Yeah, would you point at the
So
sky?
you would point to the Earth?
Yeah, I would point on the floor, and I'll be like, it's on the other side.
The Earth is not the sun.
That's retarded.
Okay, all right. So, but I know for sure that the Earth is round, and I'm pointing at the floor in confidence. So, can you
Yeah,
point?
but what does the sun have to do with the Earth shape, bro?
Bro,
It's
hold
round.
on.
How do you know the Earth is round?
Well, okay, can you point at the sky at nighttime and say, "Yep, yeah, the sun is up there."
Yeah, but you're pointing at the floor.
Yeah. So, who's the better man?
So how is the Earth a globe if you're pointing at the floor? What does that mean? What do you mean? Make some sense of that.
Okay, all right. So
how does the sun dictate the Earth shape, bro? Come on,
bro. Yeah,
Think about it.
bro. Hold on. I came in. I asked a question. You flipped it. Yeah, you dodged it, and then you asked me a question, and then now you're just continuing asking me.
I didn't dodge it.
And
you asked me to point to the sun, and I said I can't see it, so I'm not going to point to anything.
Okay, so you don't know that the Earth is flat.
I know the Earth is flat.
Okay, so you would be in confidence pointing at the sky, be like, "Yep, it's up there." It's not.
Is
It's not.
the sky the Earth?
Oh, sorry I'm late, guys. What are we talking about?
Bro, whoa!
Is the sky the Earth?
Why is everybody freaking out? Well, who's talking here?
Is the sky the Earth?
No,
right, that's the point.
Oh, I think the Earth is flat. Not gonna lie.
Okay, so you only care about the ground on how flat it is, and then you don't care about anything around it.
Well, that's
above
where
it,
you would test
underneath
the
it.
curvature,
Yeah,
right? Listen. If the Earth is a ball, it would have to curve. So why would you look in the sky to test the curvature of the Earth underneath your feet?
Wait, real quick. Whenever you go to like the end of the United States or something, whatever, at the end of a continent, why can't you see the other continents across the sea?
Because it's too far away.
Right.
But like, how?
It's unresolvable. There's too much air.
I feel like you would still be able to see
it. There's too much air and there's too much distance between. There's too much air and too much distance between you and the lands that are far away.
Never mind, you got a point. But what about whenever you hit the end of the map, like Minecraft?
Oh my god.
Yeah, you're gonna have to be a little more specific.
Well,
Like,
it's the easy
jump off
question.
the edge?
If you get to the edge, you just fall off and then you never end. It's amazing. You just keep falling and falling for eternity.
No.
What pulls you down if you jump off the edge of the flat Earth? What pulls you down?
Gravity.
Okay, what's gravity?
Yeah, the apple falling
I'm
from
gonna
the
be honest.
tree.
This is why I believe in flat Earth.
Hold on, real quick.
Well, hold on.
You have
You
this.
don't have to get
You have this
ridiculous.
idea. Hold on. You have this idea. I'm going to let you go, Wes. I'm just going to say this real quick.
No, go
You
ahead.
have
Go
this
ahead. My bad.
idea.
Go ahead.
You have this idea that the Earth is this disk floating around in space with all the other planets going around the sun, and the entire universe is the way it is with a flat Earth instead of a globe Earth. That's your belief of what you think flat Earth is. We don't think that way. No one's ever measured any curvature. No one's ever measured any motion. And no one has ever demonstrated how you can have gas pressure without a container. So the idea of outer space is fake. If the Earth is flat, the entire story is wrong. So you just need to get the whole story out of your head and start over.
You got to test what you can test, right? Like you can't test in space. You can test the ground under your feet. So start there.
Why is this an actual server?
Well, we're trying to
Because
tell
the
you.
Earth is flat. If we don't
It's
tell you,
measured
then
flat.
how are
It's
you going to
treated
find
flat.
out?
Oh no, I'm not. I'm saying like, yeah, obviously the Earth is flat. I'm just saying like,
Well, here,
shouldn't everybody
check
know
it out,
that?
man. If hypothetically, right, if the government and the news comes out and be like, hey, turns out the Earth isn't a fucking ball after all. Like, would you want to know or would you not care at all?
Okay, yo, I have a quick question for the flat earthers. Yeah, would you guys?
Well, hold on. I didn't get an answer to my question.
Yeah, would you ever marry a ball earther?
Hey, can
Hold
you
on.
answer my
I'm going to find
question?
out. Hold on. I'm going to find out who was doing that. Before we go to questions, who was doing that?
Because it. All right.
Was it Musa or was it Cheeseburger? Own it now, because I'll go back to the live stream, find it, and I'll have you removed.
Because no matter what the truth about the Earth is, if I was lied to about what I was taught about it, I would want to know. You know, if somebody had,
Bro,
some
what? That
better
was not
knowledge
me.
than me, I would hope that they would tell me about it. So that's all we're doing is we're discussing the information that we're taught throughout our lives, and we're coming to find out that it's inaccurate.
What are you saying I did?
I don't even know what
Flat
you're
Earth
talking
saying I
about
did
anymore.
something. What is he talking about?
Oh,
Is he talking
you're
about
the
the hard
one
R
saying the
thing?
N-word?
No.
So if I go back and find out, then I can
Bro, it
ban
was
you?
not me. I mean, you can go back
It
and find out. It
wasn't
was not me.
All right.
Well, if it was,
I'll
it'd be
go
the
back and
last
find
thing you
out.
ever do on this place. So.
Yeah. You did it.
But
Own
let's
it.
get back to the
I'll let you off with a
conversation,
warning.
right? Like,
Nope.
okay, that was it.
Anyway, to answer Musa's question, yes, I'm married to a globe Earth believer, and I tell her the Earth is flat all the time, and she doesn't work.
Yeah, yo, do you guys debate?
Depends on your relationship, right? Like the man is the leader in the relationship. So like usually, like my wife, I don't know what she. I think she knows that it's flat, but we don't really talk about that. It's not like a issue. It's not like a thing that we trip about. Like
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I think
I'm
that
sorry.
she trusts that I do my due diligence and I act accordingly, and that's just
Okay,
how we live life.
yeah, I really apologize about that. Because now I understand why you come on Discord all day and talk about how flat the Earth is. Because your wife would refuse to
Well, not
hear
all
it.
day.
Was that the best you got, bro?
That's pretty good. It's pretty good, man.
Well, I
I
spoke
mean,
to people, and they're so obsessed about how flat the Earth is and all that, and they would be like,
well,
"Yo,
hold on. No,
Do you have any evidence that
don't
it's a
get it
ball?
twisted, bro.
wait, hold
The
on,
only
hold
people that are obsessed are the Globers that come in here.
on."
Do you have any evidence that it's a ball?
No, well,
Flat Earth, it was not me.
wait,
Do you have any measurable curvature?
I don't say the N word, bro. I'm not even allowed to say that.
All right, we're moving on. Can we move on?
well, no, we're not moving on. I got cut off. I'm just saying, like, I spoke to people and they're so
No, not
obsessed.
from you. No, we're still on you. I'm talking about the
Okay.
N-word dude.
Okay, so
Fuck
let
the
me
N-word dude. We're on you.
bust in word then.
Okay, go ahead.
Why are you so excited, bro?
Oh, but I'm not excited. I'm just saying I got cut off
You're
like 3-4
extremely
times. Like,
excited.
okay, I'm still getting cut
I'm
off.
just asking for
Yo,
your.
I'm sorry.
asking
I'm sorry
your
for cutting you
demonstration
out.
of
It's just
curvature.
Platter's accusing me.
I'm just asking you for a demonstration of curvature, man.
All right, there's no need to address text grievances in here. Let's just let the conversation flow, okay?
All right, thank you. Okay, all right. I'm a flat earther in the past, and they were so obsessed about being how flat the Earth is and all that. You know, they're always like staring at the floor everywhere they go, and then they check out if there's any curves, and then they try to refute it and stuff like that. You know, and then they would be like, "Yo, my
It is
wife."
always looking at the floor.
Well, again, I keep. Yeah, I'm just saying. You know, they say
Oh,
like, "Well,
man.
when I get married, when I."
Yeah, you're done, dude.
Yeah, they're just always looking at the floor. That's pretty funny.
Guys didn't want to.
No, we don't want to hear it, dude.
The flat earthers, they're always looking at the floor.
Always look at the floor. They can't find themselves a woman. They sit out here all day because they're lonely. They don't have anything else better to do. They have no lives. They have no jobs.
Dude,
Yeah,
I'm
we've
out
heard it
here
all
now
before.
because I did all my duties, man.
That's it.
Right?
My
That's funny as
job's been
hell.
taken care of, man. I've got free time now.
I'm
I
relaxing
don't sit
now.
on here all day.
I got time to talk to
People come in
globetrotters.
people come in and out of here all the time. There's
Yeah,
flat
good
earthers from
stuff.
all over the world.
I see Lats join. What's up, Lats? That's a good dude right there.
What's up, cheeseburgers? You got any evidence for the globe?
That's a great picture.
Am I supposed to like defend round Earth or flat Earth?
I mean, you're obviously a
Well,
globe earther.
what do you
What do
believe
you mean
it is?
verdict? You- Oh, anyways, the Earth is flat because how is the Earth round? Because the bottom of the Earth, everybody would just fall off. Like fuck gravity. Gravity don't
Well,
exist.
see, we know you're bullshitting right off the bat because you said Earth is round. Now,
No, I
every
didn't.
flat earther knows there's a difference between round and spherical. Anybody that says Earth is round, we know right off the bat you're bullshitting. You got to be specific, bro. And you ain't specific, so we know you're not real.
We don't even
Just be
strawman the
honest,
globe
man.
we don't even strawman the globe like that either. The idea that everybody on the bottom would fall off. Like, I'll give you
Yeah,
your
just be honest.
gravity. I'll give you your gravity and say, oh, the Earth is a sphere. Okay, how big is it? Let's go find out.
I don't know. I just think the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, we know
What
you
gave you
don't.
what gave
That's
you the
okay.
inclination? What gave you the inclination that what gave you the inclination that the Earth is flat?
Oh, so when I was about like 7 or so, basically I was in my history class and they showed me
They
the
don't even
Earth
teach
globe and I was
history at
like,
that age.
bro, there's no names on these places. No shot that's real.
Damn. You're totally
So
not
I kind of just
stupid,
low-key
bro.
thought that the Earth is flat. And then me and the teacher argued. Me and my buddy, we were like proving the gravity by walking up the floor and saying that if it was round, we'd be sliding down the floor.
I'm glad this is all recorded, man. This goes to
I know,
show how
right?
stupid y'all are.
Two retards arguing with each other.
Wait, are you saying I'm one of the
I mean,
retards?
just be honest, man. Yeah. But I mean, you don't have to be. Just be honest, you know.
But I wasn't arguing with anybody.
Like, just be honest. Like, I mean, all jokes aside, I mean, yeah, it's funny, whatever, but this actually is a serious topic.
I
Like,
know.
once you kind of
I
get into the
believe the
nitty
Earth is
gritty,
flat.
you kind of that's
I literally
like
had an
the
argument
least of
with
it,
a
right?
teacher at some point.
The geometry of the Earth is the least of the problems. It's the implications. It's the fact. It's the lie. It's the lore that goes along with it, right? It's the depth of that in which you don't understand. And it's not like a 1 hour conversation where you could just get it, you know. This is something you kind of have to be interested in and dedicate yourself to the nitty gritty, the information, the devil
That's
in
why
the
I'm trying to listen to
details.
y'all.
But you're really not, though. I mean,
I am.
if you want to, we could talk about it, but you got to be somewhat honest, okay? Like, just be. We can joke, we can be goofy, but don't be disrespectful, you know? Because like
Disrespectful,
this,
man.
you may think it's crazy. I thought flat Earth was crazy too, at one time, a long time ago. But this topic, it kind of everything boils down to this topic. The corruption in the world, why governments do what they do, like the specific events that we have and how they play out. It all boils down to this, man. You know, like we all know we're being played in this world, and this is a topic that will get you a little closer to rectifying that. And the sooner you take it seriously, you know, I'm just saying it's not as taboo as it used to be. People are starting to wake up to this shit, man. People are starting to wake up to the science not exactly being science, you know, because we're all capable of conducting science and uh, figuring out fact from fiction, right? We can all examine gas laws. We can all examine water. You know, there's a lot of topics within this topic. So if you just put your ego aside and take it seriously, you might start to understand that. That's all.
I've been
Even though
listening,
down for the
though.
joking. Okay. Do you have any like real questions? Like, why would they lie or something crazy? You know?
All
Because
right.
there's
What about the moon landing?
do you believe that
What
that it
about it?
happened?
Do you think it
Like,
happened?
no. But, like, what about the
So
pictures from
then,
the
what about
Well,
it?
satellites?
hold on. You said no. Why did you say no?
Because I don't
You
believe in the
believe the
moon
Earth is a
landing.
ball, right?
No.
Okay, but why do
I
you say
literally.
no?
Because
That
the
means
moon.
you
How does a
doubt
rocket
the
ship get to.
authorities. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Nah, it's all good. I just think the moon landing's fake because, like, how does a rocket even get there? And plus, how do you even make a rocket? Like, how did the first person that came up with a rocket, how'd they do that?
It was a Nazi, just in case you were wondering.
Yeah, you can make
Oh,
a
well, that ain't
rocket. That's
surprising.
fucking easy. But making a rocket go in a place with no atmosphere, that's the tricky part.
So then what's your next big evidence?
Evidence of the Earth being round?
Yeah.
Well, I've already made one earlier, which was whenever you're at the end of the world, well, no, at the end of a continent, and you don't see anything from the far away because the Earth curves.
Well, how do you know it's because the Earth curve and not due to perspective? How
That's a
can
good
you verify
question,
that?
but I don't think fogs would help that hard.
You don't think what?
I don't think fog, like, well, it's not fogs, obviously. I just think it would look like Minecraft, you know? Actually, no, Minecraft, you can't see that far. Oh, well, you guys might be right.
Well, I mean, you're given a lot of presumptions if you're thinking like that. Like if you're expecting to see Paris from New York, that's ridiculous because not only do you have atmospheric distortion, but you have uh, your angular perception, like things are too small in the distance, they're too far away for you to resolve, much less my favorite analogy is the soup of the atmosphere, because that's what it is. It's like fucking soup. Like you put if you looking at your friend from a mile away, you can barely see him because he's a mile away. Add 10 or 15 more miles, you got the soup of the atmosphere. You got the distortion, the whatever it may be, the snow, the rain, the clouds, the fog, the pollution, the dust, whatever it is. There's no way you could see forever. You can't see, when you're looking straight across, you're looking through the thickest part of the atmosphere. When you're looking straight up, you're looking through the thinnest part of the atmosphere. So it's like a lot of these perspective questions. A lot of people don't understand how their eyes work, much less how their eyes work when you're looking at long distances. Because they really don't spend a lot of time teaching you that in school. You might explore that when you're getting into drafting, or art classes and stuff. That's where I learned about it. But you don't learn that in primary school. They don't just teach you how your eyes work. And I think because when Rockefeller and Carnegie took over the American educational system, that's one thing that they made sure to omit is how far your eyes can see. And because, I would guess that they really didn't expect that, people would have the consumer optics that we have today. They wouldn't expect us to have a Nikon P900 where we can look across Lake Michigan. Like, I'm in Chicago, man. Like, I can go to the lake right now. Well, I might not be able to see across it right now, but some days I can see the Lake Michigan or Lake Michigan. I can see to Michigan. I can see the shoreline of Michigan from Chicago. And, I've seen a lot of people say they see Chicago from Michigan, which is pretty cool, but I've seen Michigan from Chicago. I've lived here my whole life. I've seen that shit. Next time I'll film it. But anyway, I digress. Go ahead. Sorry, sheepdog. I didn't mean to bogart, bro.
No, you're good, man. Just letting you cut your teeth, dude. Yeah, as far as being able to see all the way across all the way across, looking laterally, horizontally across the Earth. Air has thickness, man. It's not a vacuum. It's not void of matter. As light travels through it, it's going to be absorbed into each gas molecule, and eventually it's going to lose its intensity and it's going to die out. And so there's just going to be a limit of things. There's going to be a limitation to the things that we can see horizontally on Earth. But that doesn't mean that we can't prove that the Earth is not curving on Earth, because from a 6-foot observer height, they told you that with the Earth being 24,900 miles in circumference, that the horizon is only 3 miles away. After that, everything begins to sink behind the curve of the Earth. But in reality, what happens is you see things 20, 30, 40 miles away, and then the horizon will even be behind that. So there's a problem. What do you think about that, Cheeseburger?
Right.
Don't you agree that the horizon is supposed to be defined as the curve of the Earth?
Yes.
Okay, if the
Because of the
horizon is
ball.
defined, if the horizon is defined as the curve of the Earth, and the limitation of which we can see, and then everything that's beyond that falls behind it, then I need you. The next thing I need you to do is I need you to go and look up the definition of horizon.
Well, obviously, but like,
Do that real quick and read it to me. I've read it a
wait,
million
listen.
times, but I know you've never read it before.
So, like, whenever you watch a ship, like, go down the ocean, you don't see it like shrink. You just see it like water look like it's covering it because it's going down, kind of like around.
It's
You know?
just angular
That's what he's trying to tell
resolution.
you.
Dang,
It's just
man.
as things go further and further away, the things that are level with your eyes down to the ground converge together due to the Rayleigh criterion. You can no longer distinguish the difference between the hull and the water.
Yeah. Plus, if that's the so-called edge of the ball in which the ship is sinking beyond your view, then at no point should you be able to bring that into view with some sort of zoom optics. Yet we have countless examples of that. Which means that it's not
Well, like,
the geometrical edge of the ball, right?
y'all win.
Cool. Thanks.
Can I ask you real quick if you'll just Google search for me the definition for
Oh yeah, of course,
horizon?
man. Hold on. What I look up?
Definition of a horizon, or horizon definition.
The line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet.
Right.
I feel
So
like if the
that's
Earth was flat, though, the boat would get tinier instead of like going
it.
down.
Does it does it
Like,
gets
I know it gets
tinier as it
tinier,
moves
but
away?
eventually you would still see it.
It does
I
both.
feel like.
It does both.
There are
It gets
atmospheric effects
tinier
that
and it disappears bottom up.
come into play, but for the most part, on a clear day, it just gets smaller as it gets further away until it disappears into the horizon. So again, you read the definition, the apparent location where the Earth and the sky meet. So that tells me right there that it's not geometry that is the horizon. That tells me that that's an optical effect. Something out there is giving the illusion of a line in the sky. And
Yeah, which
really,
also means
honestly, it's not out there, it's the way your eyes work. It's what Wes said earlier about perspective, right? Perspective is a very loaded word because when you think about it, you can't see things in a Euclidean view. You can't see things in an orthogonal view or a side view. You're always looking in perspective because that's how your eyes work.
Wait. So, you know, like, the Earth's shadow appears round in a lunar eclipse.
Oh, you just Googled that, huh? So
No, I deadass was just thinking. I was like, dude, these guys are cooking me.
right. So on a lunar eclipse, first of all, you have to prove that that's the Earth's shadow being cast on there, right? But you never see the sun. Like when the shadow, the apparent shadow, appears on the moon, both the sun and the moon are above the horizon. It's called a selenelian eclipse.
yeah, there's no way to
Y'all
prove
came
that it's the
prepared on
Earth
everything.
making the shadow, and there's no way to prove that that's even a shadow. Like, there's a whole lot of unverifiable variables within that. You know, there's just a
And
lot of presumptions.
I'm gonna add something else to you too. On a selenelian eclipse, the shadow is upside down. Instead of being on the bottom of the moon, it's on the top of the moon when it's on the horizon.
That's right. Now, how the hell would that happen? How does the shadow come from the top? See, and I'm not saying this is what I subscribe to, but there was ancient writings about this event,
Don't even
and
worry
there
about
was
it,
supposed
Wes.
to be like,
It's way over his head. He needs to focus on the
Okay.
basics first. This is what I was telling you about.
All right,
You can't get off into the weeds with these people because if you do, then they're never going to be able to link one and one together.
My only point was that there was
Yeah,
ancient
Rahu and
explanations of
K2.
this.
Rahu
Yeah,
and
that's
K2.
all.
Yeah.
And we're not
No.
saying that we subscribe to that or anything. It's
And you know
just
what that leads to?
this was
That leads to
addressed.
other that leads to the discussion of all the ancient religions and how they were all
Yep.
stupid, and now we have
I
NASA,
know.
and this is why we know the Earth. See how it becomes a
I know.
redundant circular that you can't give them an out.
You're right. You're right. You're right. My bad. And to clarify, we don't subscribe to that. It's just there are theories for that phenomenon. That's all.
It's not even a theory, man. There's no reason to have a theory because a theory is something that's testable, right? You can have a hypothesis, but it's untestable. You can't prove it.
Correct.
Theories are things that are sciences that have been tested, and they almost have all the kinks worked out of them. That's what a theory is. A law means all the kinks have been worked out. They know exactly what it is that's doing the thing. But if you don't have if all you have is a hypothesis, you don't have a theory. But anyway, so yeah, again, like you can say, oh, the what causes a shadow on the moon, right? Hold on, let me show you. I'm going to show you a picture in the side chat. Another thing that happens on curved surfaces, when you cast a shadow from a curved object onto another curved object, or a spherical object, I should say, onto another spherical object, you get a sinusoid shadow. You don't even get a circular shadow.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't replicate anything we see. Like when we try to demonstrate this in the real world, yeah, that's what we get. The S shape.
Hold on, I got this image. Hold on. Shout out to Clipcord for this image. Oh. Pseudo Serenity posted it, and I posted it also. So, Cheeseburger, look on the image in the side chat. Do you see that?
Yes, I see it.
You see how it's like a weird straight line on a curved surface, but when you see the shadow coming across the moon, it's like a circle in nature. It's not even spherical. It's just circular in nature.
Why would the Earth be flat, but like the moon not?
Because we're special, man.
Just special.
The moon is not
was a
the
part
Earth.
of the Earth at some point.
No.
They're different, man.
That's a story.
They're different.
The whole story's wrong,
The
bro.
Earth is the Earth.
If you have, hold on, Wes.
Sorry.
If you have no curvature of the Earth, the whole story you've been told is wrong.
Gosh,
you keep looking at the sky.
You guys are good.
You keep looking at the sky, and you keep saying, "What? What about Jupiter? What about Mars? What about the moon, the sun, the other planets, the galaxies?" You're looking at everything except the Earth. From all appearances, the Earth looks flat. It feels stationary, and it looks like everything moves above our head. That's it.
That's the way it's treated. That's the way it's observed. Nothing else. That's the way it is.
We need some more flat earthers. 'Cause I'm too slow. I mean, too. My God, I just stuttered. We need some more people, like, to defend around Earth because I'm not that guy. I'm too slow, like my profile.
Well,
we were all globe earthers, dude. We all were brought up in the same educational system. We were all taught the same stuff. So, and all the experts have been in here, and their best answer is it's our best guess. There's always somebody.
Actually, their
that's an
best
expert that
answer
knows
is
more than us.
Their best answer is, "I'm not an expert in that field." Like, oh, you have a PhD,
Right.
yeah, but that's not my specialty.
Yeah, it's always
So
up to speculation, or it's always tossed. The buck is always passed. Okay, when it comes to this topic, nobody actually knows. So that's why we're trying to figure out what we can actually know.
what do you
That's
think
the whole
about a
point
laser
of this
test?
whole thing.
What if somebody shot a laser over the surface of the Earth for 20 miles, and
Yeah,
instead of
would that be
being
reliable?
instead of being 260 feet above your head, it literally hits the target on the boat?
Yeah, and if there's a curvature rate, if the ball is a specific size, then that shouldn't be.
I got a question. I don't know, like, the answer to it. If you shot an arrow, like, straight up, where does it go?
If you shot it
Wherever
straight
the
up,
wind takes it.
if you shot it straight up, it'd probably come straight back down. If you could shoot it straight up.
If there's no wind, then we're lucky.
Matter of fact, I'll give you this. You remember the guy that did the Red Bull space jump?
No.
You don't remember the guy that jumped out of the balloon
Felix
from the edge of
Baumgartner.
space?
I didn't see
Felix
that part.
Baumgartner. Anyway, he jumped out in New Mexico, I think. When he jumped out, he landed, instead of landing 50 miles west, he landed 50 miles east, defeating the spin of the Earth. Like, he should have landed 50, 100 miles west of where he jumped from, because he went straight up in the air. But instead, he landed 50 miles east to the location that he jumped from.
Yeah, if the Earth was turning beneath him, that shouldn't have been the case. And when the camera showed the inside shot when he was all the way up at like 130,000 feet or whatever, it showed a flat horizon out that little porthole window. It only showed a curve when, you got the wide angle lens and he's looking down, ready to jump.
I'm gonna look up the video real quick. What's it called?
Felix Baumgartner, Red Bull, Edge of Space Jump, or something like that. And actually, Neil deGrasse Tyson had to come out and do damage control because, flat earthers were like, hey, man, did he really see the curve? He's like, you can't see the curve from that height. That stuff is flat, They keep moving the goalposts as far as, the higher you go, because people say you see the curve from the airplane, but according to mainstream science, that's not the case. The ISS is not capable of seeing Earth curve. It's only capable of seeing 3% of the Earth's surface, or whatever the fuck that means. But Earth curve is not one of them.
What was it? I think he said at 50 miles up, you're only 2 millimeters off of a beach ball.
Beach ball, right?
So you don't see the curve of the Earth from that altitude. So everybody who says that they've seen the curve of the Earth from a plane is lying. Not that they're lying; they just didn't know what they were looking at.
Well, he said it like we're stupid, right? Like when I was a kid, like I could have swore I saw the Earth curve, like way before I was a flat earther, because I believed it. I believed the Earth was a ball, so I thought that that's what I was looking at. And then after I was a flat earther and I took a flight, I'm like, God damn, I could see forever. Not forever, but I'm like, man, I could see like at least 50, 60 miles or something. Like, like, get real, man.
Y'all should argue with Life Forever because he's over here proving some points in the chat. Doing better than I can.
Well, tell me to get on VC because ain't nobody looking at the text chat. Life Forever, get on VC, man, because ain't nobody looking at what you're saying, bro.
He's not proving anything, man.
Well, he's trying to.
Well, especially not in the text. So get on VC, bro, if you really give a shit.
He says that you can't prove it's flat. It could be diamond shaped. Okay, here's the problem, right? From all observations that we've been able to see, Water on the surface when it's at rest is flat. Whether it's in a bathtub, it's flat, a lake, a
Yep,
swimming pool, even the ocean. Water is flat.
that's
If
correct.
water is flat, then that means that if the earth is 70% water, then what? The earth is 70% flat? Like, where's the fucking ball come into play? Because gravity is supposed to be
Now,
curving
hold on.
water around the surface of the earth, but it's not.
Right, that's right. Now, I would say that mathematically you could do that. You know, on paper you could do that, but not in reality. You know, you can't make Earth in reality a diamond or a dodecahedron or whatever the fuck. Earth is flat, man. Whatever the shape is, it's flat at the surface. That's all we know.
So let me
I
ask you
mean, I
this,
don't know.
Cheeseburger. Let me ask you this, Cheeseburger. Do you agree that if the earth is a ball and gravity is holding water on the earth, that water is supposed to curve?
Water's
Well,
supposed
it
to
would
curve.
have to. It would have
Hold
to.
on, hold on, Wes. Hold on, Wes. Let Cheeseburger answer.
Are you asking if the water should be curving if the
Yeah,
Earth is?
it should be curving around the earth, right? I mean, it's 70% of the surface is water.
That's a good question.
And you never thought about it. You always saw water flat, right?
Yeah, you're right. You got me there. You have water in your profile.
That'd be the
Anyway,
number one thing to
that's why I
test.
wanted him to answer, Wes, because I see him thinking of things logically, and you're a reasonable guy, Cheeseburger. You came in a little bit, stumbling and being goofy and everything, and that's fine. But when you're new to a conversation, it's not good to make fun of it if you don't know what's going on, right? It shows your ignorance. It
Well,
shows your bias.
well, no, I actually did. I was in a class one
I
time
mean,
with my buddy,
Hold on,
and we
Wes.
were trying to prove to the teacher that the Earth was flat.
I mean, you probably were when you were in third grade. I remember in third grade when the
That was
teacher
not was
told me
third
the
grade.
Earth.
It was an eighth.
Well, I remember in third grade when the teacher told me it was a globe, and they showed us the globe, and they let us spin the globe, and we were playing with it.
well,
I
hold up,
remember looking at it,
hold
and
up.
I turned
I
to the
gotta
teacher and I
interject,
said,
man.
"Hold on, man.
I gotta interject.
Hold on. I'm
Okay,
just
go
going to say
ahead.
my piece, and I'll let you go." And the
Sorry.
teacher, I looked at the teacher and I said, "I don't see the curve of the Earth," and she's like, "That's because it's really, really big. It looks flat, but it's really curving." That's what the teacher told me, and I never questioned it ever again after. Go ahead, Wes.
I was just asking about his genuineness on doing a presentation on the shape of the Earth in school. Is that for real, or are you just shooting the shit?
We didn't do a presentation. We were just like in the middle of class, and we were rage baiting the teacher. And then teacher wouldn't. And then my friend started being like, "Yeah, the Earth is flat." And me and him started getting up on the floor, and we were saying if the Earth was round, we would be sliding down these floors, and we were like walking a certain direction to make it look like we were walking up around
Okay.
Earth.
All right, so you were making a joke. You didn't really consider the nuances of the topic, I take it?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's all. I was just trying to clarify that. That's all. Because you
I
were
think Life
saying
Forever should
as
turn
if
on
you were like,
his VC.
I'm sorry?
I think Life Forever should turn on his VC.
Oh, yeah, I agree, man. Speak up, man. Dude, we're totally
So
cool. I mean, we're not here
here,
to talk shit or anything, you know?
here's what I'm going to say real quick, Cheeseburger. If Life does open his voice and talk with us, then you have removed yourself from the argument. Now you can ask
Yes.
questions, but the debate doesn't go to you anymore. It goes to Life because you're obviously conceding that you
I just wanted
don't
to hear
know
Life's
enough to have the
points.
conversation.
Well, in case he doesn't speak up, I mean, are you willing to go down this rabbit hole any further, or is it too much for you already? Because it sounds like
you
you're
guys are
trying to
too
pass
good at
the
this.
buck. It's not that we're good, bro. It's we're telling you the truth, man. That's all we're doing is being honest with you. That's it.
Well,
I
let me
mean,
ask
is
you
it
this,
really that
Cheeseburger.
hard to be honest?
How big is the Earth?
Like, what do you mean? How am I supposed to give the answer to that?
What's the circumference
Well,
of the Earth?
what do they tell you? They tell you in school, man. What do they tell you? They told us all the same number, bro. Okay,
They
well
didn't
that's a
tell us in
start.
school. They didn't tell us in school. But I'm just asking, what do you, how big do you think it is? How about that?
Is this supposed to be in like measurements?
I mean, we can get into measurements, but I want to see what your concept of the Earth is, right? Because what happens is a lot of people come in here and they have this belief that the Earth is a ball, but then they don't know anything about it other than they're like, oh, boats go over the curve and sunset.
That's all I know about the Earth. It's just it curves. That's all I
The
could come
devil's in
up
the
with.
details, though, man. You got to know
Right.
the
I
specifics.
didn't even mean to start an
That's how you
argument.
can figure it out. What,
I'll do
that's
another
what we're
one.
here for, man. We're
How
not
fast?
trying to fight, dude. We're just
How fast? How
going over
fast
the
is the Earth?
specifics.
How fast is the Earth spinning at the equator?
Pretty sure it said like I know at some doesn't it like turn like every 365 years? It's just like in the same position, but like during the year, it's
So
like
they
spinning.
tell you the Earth goes around the sun. It takes a whole year to go around the sun once, and they tell you that it spins while it's going around the sun, which means it spins once a day, and then it takes 365 days to go around the sun while spinning. Right? But do you know how fast these motions are? Hello?
I'm not really sure.
So they tell you that the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. What do you think about that?
1,000 miles, no shot.
1,000 miles an hour at the equator. Actually, 1,039 miles an hour at the equator.
How would we even breathe?
Bro, you're telling me, man. They tell you that we're going around the sun at 67,000 miles an hour. Just under 67,000 miles.
Gosh,
Can
I
you
had a
believe
heart
that?
attack whenever you said that.
Do you know how fast the sun is shooting through the Milky Way galaxy?
How fast? I don't know how that.
500,000 miles an hour.
500,000.
I mean, if you want to be accurate, you could give them the 666 numbers.
I mean, yeah, like, so the Earth's tilt is 23.4 degrees, which if you subtract that from 90, it's 66.6 degrees. If you want to know the speed around the sun, it's 66,661 miles an hour. Let's see. Gravity was discovered
It's
in
very
1666.
coincidentally weird, is what it is.
So the Milky Way galaxy is moving around the universe, I think, at 1.2 billion miles an hour, if I remember correctly. And then the entire universe is shooting away from the Big Bang at 4.5 times the speed of light. Do you know how fast the speed of light is?
You know how many trajectories that is?
Like 1 light
Yeah,
year. Do
we
you know
see
what
the
1 light year
same.
is?
Dude, I ain't that smart.
5.8 trillion miles.
5.8 trillion miles. Dang.
Have you ever seen the
It's
number? Have you ever seen a trillion of anything before?
A trillion of anything.
Yeah.
Sand?
Have you counted it? Do you know it's a trillion?
No, but like
we
it's a grain
assume
of
it.
sand, and like if you dig a hole in the beach, that's a lot of sand, man. So that got to be over a trillion.
Like what? A little hole with a little
It's
sandcastle bucket?
It's supposed to be ridiculous, so your brain can't even comprehend it. You know,
Exactly.
it's supposed to be like in the numbers where you just accept it without looking at it because you're like, holy shit, it's too much for me to comprehend.
You want to hear a funny
And you
story?
just accept it.
Here's a funny story. Are you in America, Chessburger?
Yes.
America is 7.5 light years in debt.
7.5.
What does that mean?
I always make that joke because we're like
These
35,
numbers,
38,
bro.
38 trillion dollars, $38 trillion in debt. So like 38 trillion is like 7.5 light years, 5.8 trillion
Hey,
miles.
what's Dave Weiss's question? What's a trillion seconds? Is that it? How long is a trillion seconds? You know how long a trillion seconds is?
I have no idea.
31,000 years.
That's unbelievable.
It's crazy. It's crazy. But these are numbers that your brain doesn't even really think about because it's
It's
not
like when
like
you think
common
counting to
math. You
1
don't really
million
think
is
about it.
easy.
Yeah, you just accept it because you don't want to do the work subconsciously. You know. So that's kind of the game they play with the space numbers. You know, they tell you the sun is 93 million miles away and the sun rays are parallel, even though we clearly see that they're God damn it, I can't even talk. Corpuscular. Jesus Christ.
Hey Wes, I'm gonna give you a little piece of advice though.
Yeah.
You gotta play with it and lube it up, bro. You can't just like fist fuck it every time you want to like go in on them with flat Earth.
All right. Noted. Thank you.
Fair enough.
No, I appreciate
You
you,
gotta
man.
play with it. You gotta play with it. You gotta lube it.
La boo boo.
You gotta wet it. You gotta wet it up a
I
little
hear you,
bit.
man. Yeah. I hear you,
Get
man.
them excited. You know, teach them a few things.
Did I stick the whole thing in? Is that what you're saying?
In the beginning, yeah.
What are y'all talking about?
Nothing, man. You'll get it. You'll get there. Oh God.
So just guy talk.
I mean, at the same time, it is important, man. The thing is, we love our fellow man. You know, like we're just dudes trying to, give other dudes the heads up, man. You know, we fell for the same trick. We all grew up in the same public educational system. You know, we all fell for the same rigmarole. We're just trying to tell you, hey, man, think about the information that we've been taught. It goes to the foundational level, you know? I mean, the foundational level is our whole worldview. If we think that we're a big bang random spinning ball in outer space and, nature created itself and there is no God and nothing matters and there's no, you know, repercussions for any actions, then that kind of breeds a nihilistic behavior. And you have these people that think that nothing matters. They don't have an eye over their shoulder. God damn, I can't talk tonight. What the fuck? And it just kind of breeds this worldview where it's a selfish worldview where this type of conversation doesn't matter, when this conversation is probably the most important of all. Who we are, where we came from, all that type of stuff. They claim to have the answers to the unanswerable questions. And that's why we're here, man, to verify those unanswerable questions. Well, how can you have answers to these unanswerable questions when they're unverifiable?
You got to remember too, though, like some people aren't. ready for the deep dive right away, right?
Yeah. Yep.
And so you got to
You're right.
kind of just. It's just like with a kid, man. You're not going to take your kid down to 10 feet when they're 2 years old.
Yeah.
You gotta play with them at the over by the ladder. Let them
Yeah.
learn.
Meet them where they're at, and strategize, play the game,
Yeah,
plant some seeds.
that's all. No big deal. Sorry for my guy
What,
analogy.
dude?
I knew you would get it though.
You're.
I'm like, I'm like, this guy's worked in construction. I can tell.
I appreciate you wholeheartedly, man. You're. I mean, I've listened more than I've been vocal here. Like I've been a part of here for years.
I know you have.
I've heard you talk so many times, dude. You're a fucking legend in my mind, dude. And
Appreciate it.
I will take heed to your advice and all that.
Yeah, I mean, I was the same way as you were. It wasn't until I went out and like got my rejections and figured out like I don't know as much as I thought I knew, right? Like, and then you have to figure out what you actually really do know, and so you get
Yeah, but
humbled in that process.
stay honest while you're doing it. That's the hard part, is staying honest while you're doing it, because
I mean,
it's
I
too
got
easy to have biases. Sorry to interrupt, but it's too easy to have biases. Things you already accept, you have to you know re-question things. Anyway, anybody any questions for the flat earthers, man? Don't be shy.
I was
Let,
gonna
let the
I was
guys
gonna
see
tell
what
you.
they do.
So here's my speculation, right? Just in case y'all are wondering, like, oh, like, does he have any speculation? And I have a speculation, right? So what we live in under, right, where the sun and the moon do their thing, is like the smallest portion of the astrolabe. And everything moves around the larger portion of the astrolabe, and then that largest piece of the astrolabe, that largest circle, is inside of a cube, like a giant cube, and we're probably contained inside of it. I can't think of any other reason why the astrolabe would work, other than its purpose is to tell like the true time over all time, and then make using observations of the sky. And then for whatever reason, there's a bunch of religions out there that worship a black box, and so I don't know any reason why they would worship that unless that had any significance in uh, the world that we live on. And that's the only thing I think of, is that we live inside of a huge contained cube, and the luminaries
Well,
move around
I
like an
agree with
astrolabe.
you. I would agree with you, but I don't know about the cube part. Like, how do we know it's a cube other than
I
people that
don't. I
represent it as
don't.
such?
I don't. I just know that there's religions out there that worship it.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know if I've ever really thought out the overall. I guess I always looked at it as just a vast plane. Like, if you've ever been in an airplane looking upon the ground, obviously you don't see any curvature. You just see land and going. Like, that's what I just pictured the Earth as. Just it fades out to the top. It fades out to the bottom. How do you draw that? I don't know. I guess you can't.
No, they always say like, "Where's the edge?" Right? And I'm like, "Well, the edge would be the terrarium, right?" No, what's the shape of the terrarium? I
I,
don't know, but
they're not
everybody
even.
seems to be worshiping a cube.
Yeah, it's like they worship the shape of the container, and it's like I don't think you need to be concerned with the shape of the container, no matter what it is. You know, I don't think like in the ancient times, I don't think they ever considered Earth as an object, as something to be described. You know, it was just the
Well, I
world,
think
their
I'm one of those
reality.
people that when the fallen angels came down, they told a group of people how everything worked, and then for the trade off, they
Including
married
like,
the daughters of the men that they told.
no, I believe that too. But do you think that they passed on information as like the shape of the Earth or the description of the Earth? Because I haven't read it in depth, but I have
Yeah, I think they
been
did.
somewhat familiar with like Enoch and stuff. And Enoch talks
That's
about
why. That's why
basically
I think
just,
that. That's why I think the astrolabe was invented, and that's why I think they worship the cube. I think they know exactly what's going on.
yeah, some crazy shit, man. What
But
a
that's just
time we're living in, bro.
me. I'm not here to convince anybody of that. You want to know what I think? That's what I
No,
think is going on.
it's just me and you talking, bro. Ain't nobody jumping in right now, bro. It's just me and you talking.
Oh, I know.
If somebody wants to jump in and say, no, you're fucking wrong, then by all means, go ahead. But until then, I totally agree with what you're saying because that's what makes sense to me, you know. And it may be wrong, but I don't fucking know. It's just, I know the Earth isn't a spinning ball in the vacuum of outer space. That shit is retarded. I challenge anyone to come in here and say that that's what it is. Please do. We're waiting. You know, as far as I know,
It's not flat.
here we go. Welcome. You want to elaborate? That'd be great.
Live
Tell me
on
how it's not flat, bro.
big
What's
ball.
up?
Live on
Is it Kingsley?
pictures from space. Millions of them.
Is that your pictures from space? Is that your evidence? Is that what you're sticking to prove that the Earth is what you think it is?
Yes.
Yes or no? Okay. Well, is there any picture that you can provide that will give us definite proof that that's what it is?
Millions of pictures online.
Dude, we got
All
pictures
right.
of
Well,
unicorns and Bigfoot too.
let's start with one. You got one?
Yeah, I will search and then post it.
No, not search. I mean, you seem pretty confident. You can't just throw it in there.
Well, I don't save all the pictures, you know.
Fuck is this? Dude, I'm not trying to wait, man. Like, if you're sure the Earth is a ball, then you should be able. It shouldn't be a question, right? It shouldn't be a fucking. Pardon my language. Excuse me. Shouldn't be a problem. If Earth is a ball, you should have the evidence. Quick back.
Yes, NASA
So,
photos. Millions of them.
yeah, that's not verifiable though. Are you NASA? Did you take the photos? I don't think so. So,
Why would they
direct
lie
that.
to me? Why would they lie to me?
That's not my problem, dude. Let's talk about the numbers that they give us, right? How big do they say the Earth is? Go ahead, tell me. Google it. Go ahead.
3959, perhaps.
Right. Okay. So what's the drop over distance rate? Way too small for what they claim it is, right? Okay. So you're gonna have to start explaining that shit.
I don't have to explain. I have
Well,
pictures from
well,
NASA.
well
Why
look.
would they lie to me?
Okay. Do
What?
you think that the government tells us the truth? Do you think that the government has our
No, the government is a bitch.
oh my god. What the fuck was that?
What's up, Daisy?
Did you
Hey,
say it was some ditty?
just so you know, Wes.
Why are you muting
Kingsley
me?
Kingsley is gaslighting you. Just so you know, Wes.
You don't want to mute me because
No,
I'm that guy.
I know. I'm not giving it.
What's up, Daisy?
Cool.
They banned my other account.
No doubt.
They thought I was trolling.
Yep.
Why would they think you're trolling?
I don't know. I don't know. I was like, I don't know.
What's up, man? You think the Earth is flat, or do you think it's a ball?
No, the Earth is definitely flat now. Y'all gave me so many good points. Like, I don't even know why I was taught that the Earth was round. It's crazy as hell.
Cool. Awesome. Tell everybody you know. Bye.
Yeah, I will. I'll teach them about what y'all taught me. Anyways, Hindu server, here I come.
Oink.
What's up, 276549? So anyway, we know the Earth is flat because there's no measurable curvature on Earth. That means that whatever's going on up in the sky is only happening over a flat Earth. Now you might ask, how do satellites work on a flat Earth? Well,
Hey,
there's lots
Sheepdog.
of government programs. What's up, dude?
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
You're good, dude. Go ahead.
I was just curious. You know how like Southern flights, they kind of think that they catch like, extra wind up top to kind of make up the difference and stuff.
Well, I don't even know what's going on up there. I'm just giving you I'll just
Yeah,
give
I
that as
know.
an idea.
Yeah, I know, but like typically, right? Like
Circumstantial.
if you fly across the world, right? They essentially have to go faster in their plane to make up the time, right?
Depends.
So how do boats do it?
Depends. What do you mean? You gotta be more specific, bro.
Like
No disrespect.
no, I got you. Like southern flights, like from Australia to the other side of Canada, like from
Wait, Southern flights are boat trips. You're talking about? You said ships,
well, I'm talking
right? You
about
said boat trip.
well, my question is about boats, but I'm saying like we think we know how the planes do it. They get up to height and catch, a 500-mile-an-hour tailwind and essentially get there a lot faster because they're traveling a lot faster, right? But
Sometimes, right?
how do boats do it?
Boats
Well,
get there when they get there, man. Because you got
yeah,
the sea
I would
currents.
say
You got the sea currents dragging the boat back and forth. And so on some days the boat might be moving slow, and other days the boat might be moving fast.
yeah, I would say you
They
got
they,
conditions on the water just like you got conditions in the air. It all depends. It's circumstantial.
they still don't have any way to track how fast they're really going, because you can't determine a
Fast
speed
they're
of a
going.
boat based off of the water, because the water is moving also.
Right?
Yeah.
Don't they go by time or something? There's like a way they gauge it but it's not as accurate as miles per hour or something like that.
Yeah, that's
It,
all I'm
it,
kind of getting at is the boat situation is like we don't really seem to hear a lot about at all. So I'd be curious to hear from some
See,
sailors and stuff like
that's
that.
a weird thing too, because sorry to interrupt you, but they have like Antarctic races where they clock their top speeds, and their speeds are way less than they would be in the northern hemisphere or something. Like you got to look this up. India's a little better versed at that, but basically, there are boat races where their speeds are recorded in different ways, which kind of adds to the nuances of this conversation.
Yeah, I know about the boat races around Antarctica. I was more so like, long haul trips, kind of like a 15-hour flight. Essentially, if you had a
Right.
flat map and you wrap it around the ball, the bottom of it's going to become really small, right? Like to fly around Antarctica would be a really short trip as opposed to what is actually happening.
well, the
Well, you
flat
would think
map is
so.
really a ball flattened out. So I
Yeah,
don't,
I know, I
you know
get
what I
that.
mean? It's
Yeah,
just another straw
but
man.
then you got the excursion with Captain Cook recording over like 60,000 miles or something, right? When he was trying to circumnavigate Antarctica.
Yeah, that's like
I
the
mean,
only one I've heard about, Like it just seems like there's
it's strange.
not many trip boat stories kind of.
Right. Anyway,
Yeah, it'd be cool if we had more access to be able to do these type of things,
you know, it'd be better if we actually had measurement of the curvature, because that would put it to rest.
Yeah,
That'd
true
be
that.
number one.
It always blows my mind. My brother-in-law right now, we're fighting about it, and his argument is always about the sky. I'm like, why don't you just measure the ground, what you're standing on? Like, why do you have to go to the sky? It just blows my mind that he's such a
Well,
smart
ask
young
him this
human.
question. Ask him this question, right? If the surface of the Earth is flat, just say, do you agree with this statement? If the surface of the Earth is flat, then whatever is happening over the sky is only happening over a flat Earth.
Yeah, he's probably too brainwashed for that question.
Well, it stumps people a lot because they'll start thinking about how they can weasel out of it and whatnot. And it's like, I'm just asking you a hypothetical, man. Like, if it's flat, no matter what's going on in the sky, it can only happen over a flat Earth because you've measured it flat.
Yeah, I'm seeing if you're honest or not, basically.
Pretty much. Pretty much. I even did you see? I got Matthew Learns to admit to that.
Really?
Yeah, here I'll post it
That
for you.
almost doesn't surprise me.
I'm like, oh my gosh, he's being honest. Here, check this out. It may take a minute to load.
Well said, brother.
There you go. Check that
Totally
one
agree.
out. Chessburger back. That was Daisy, I think.
See, for me, it was just observing the stars above my head. And I know that has nothing to do with the ground. We hate when Globers talk about the sky, but one thing that made me consider the whole flat Earth topic was the fact that I keep seeing the constellations in the sky year after year since I was a kid. It wasn't like it proved flat Earth, but what it did was prove that what I'm told about the sky is bullshit. I
Yeah,
just realized that we're stationary and the stars above us reset every year. We see them all year. They're reset every year. They don't go anywhere else. And that compared to the claims of the trajectories that are quote unquote planet and solar system and all the different trajectories and all that stuff, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't coincide. I mean, people have been recording the constellations above our head for millennia, and if we're whirling and spinning and chasing the sun and being at a billion different miles than we were the night before, there's no way that we can have the same constellations in the night sky year after year after year after year. There's no fucking way. The sky spins. We're in the middle. Point blank. That's what it is.
I think for me, I couldn't even get to the stars because I was so brainwashed. Like the sky is what got me. Like the sun appearing to go down is what kind of made me never question anything else when I was a globetard. I think like it was weird. I didn't question realize about what you just said, the stars and stuff, until I had already started questioning stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, for me, it was the stars before the sun. And then after I started learning more about this topic, I started observing the sun. And I noticed that it's the sun that moves. Like the sun follows a pretty strict path, throughout the seasons, at least from where I'm located. I feel like I got it pegged because you have to, the sun. I feel like the location of the sun is specific to your location on the earth. It seems more of like a focal point than it is a physical point, and that's just my speculation. Don't say that that's what all flat earthers think, because that's just what I think. So. But I do think it is physical. I mean, you got the spots on it and shit. I mean, a friend of mine who, this may be controversial, but one of my good friends, man, he was a flat earther for a long time. He was a prominent flat earther, and he's one of fucking Jaren's friends. Now he's a fucking glober because of his sun observations. But I don't agree. It's like you observe the sun over a flat earth.
Yeah, that's in the sky. Measure the ground.
Right.
I don't get it at all. Any sane, logical person would think, measure what you're standing on, not look somewhere else up into the sky to see what we're standing on. I don't get that. That part always just blows me away.
Well, that type of conclusion has presumptions. You have to have presumptions about your world in order to have that conclusion. And as somebody in this forum, we just don't know that. We just don't know that type of information. So there's no way you can verify that. So that's why Jaren's in his corner. He lost a lot of people. Yeah. But moral of the story is you don't look at the sky to prove what the ground is. That's never changed.
I mean, I think you
Some
could
people
use
can't
that.
take.
You could use that as like supporting evidence. Once you've measured the ground, sure, then let's check out some other stuff. Let's do some angles to stars and stuff like that. But as your primary
Well,
source
yeah,
of,
but you can't define any like distances or anything like that, you know. So it's nothing but just speculation and observation. See, things on the earth you can actually measure, you know, it's tangible. You can physically do tests and stuff, yeah. But everything in the sky is nothing but observation. That's why it's void, it's null and void.
Yeah, and the other argument I hate is they're always like, "Oh, well, I don't have the access to like lasers and stuff." I did it how I started. I did it with a $2 mirror and a friend, and that was the first observation that I did, and it was
Well, yeah,
pretty
you just need to
pretty
have
cool.
an understanding of the mathematical model in which they claim the Earth even is in the first place, right? So there
Yeah,
would
that
have to be a curvature, right? There would have to be a drop over distance.
Yeah, that was
You
like
know,
Sheepdog was saying. I was always taught it's way too big to see, right? But when you actually sit down and look at the math and how easily it is to do a mirror flash test with a friend, it's that can get you pretty started.
yeah. And most people aren't willing to do that. Most people are lazy, which I get. I'm lazy too sometimes. I'm lazy when I'm clocked out. When I'm clocked in, I'm the most active motherfucker you ever met in your life. But I mean, when I'm clocked out, I'm like most people, man. I don't give a shit, man. But this topic, it matters because of the implications. Like, we are taught a curriculum which serves a purpose to make us dull worker bees, for lack of a better word, man. Because if we do start examining some of the truth, we start rebelling and starting to understand who the perpetrators are. And no matter what the truth actually is, we have a resistance to the authority, you know. And that's kind of the name of the game, right? Like, they need to keep the majority in a state of uh, busyness, you know, just a state of just not being pissed off or hyped up or too emotional, right? Because this topic will make you emotional. Either you're hardcore against it or you're hardcore for it, and you want to tell everybody you know. This is a provocative topic, like it or not. And I'm glad to be a part of it, man. Like, I don't know about y'all, but who else would look back at their life and feel like this is what we're living now? Flat Earth is a mainstream idea. At least to me, it is. Never used to be, but it's not as taboo anymore, and it's pretty awesome.
I agree.
Cool. I mean, it's a good thing for people to talk rationally about maybe what seem to be irrational topics. Even though it's not an irrational topic, it would seem irrational to most people. I know it would seem irrational to me when I was new to this topic. But it's conversations like this that are gonna, you know, turn the tide, for lack of a better word. There's a lot of tide turning going on right now. It's an exciting time to be alive, even though it's kind of fucked up at the same time. You know, I got 4 fucking kids, man. I fear for their future, but at the same time, they they know dad knows what's up, and I'm preparing them, you know, I think it'll be good. As bad as it's going to get, I think it's going to be good for us. Because, I mean, honest conversations and truth reign supreme. I mean, how could you fucking hate somebody that's keeping it real with you? You know, that's the future. Just keep it fucking real. Keep it 100. Don't hold back. Talk about the real issues, what's really going on. You might think this topic is a joke, but you spend more than 10 minutes in here, you'll find out that it's not. So, I mean, and if so, give me your hardest question, man. I'll try to answer the best I can. At least somebody in here that knows better than I do. But this topic right here intertwines all the bullshit, all the crap that we're putting up today. It all ties back to this topic, whether they know it or not. You know, I don't think there's like some group of people that are trying to keep flat Earth a secret or nothing like that. I don't think that's the case. You know, I think that might have been the case at one point. I don't think that's the case anymore. I think it now it's just such a worldwide accepted thing. You know, like Santa Claus. It's just a traditional hand me down. You know, and then you want to get into space agencies. You know, I think it's in their best interest to present the world in the way that they present it, whether they know it or not. I think that all these employees are compartmentalized. You know, they're not part of the bigger plan. You know, the overall the worldview, the overall worldview is a major part of people's demeanor, and I think that's the part that's constantly subject to everybody. You know, when you think you're a small little ball in the ever expanding vacuum of space, you know, you think you're insignificant, that none of your decisions matter. You think that, oh, it doesn't matter, you know, like a lot of these atheists and people that don't really believe in a creator or a God or anything, they don't take any accountability. So they make these fucked up decisions, you know, they steal from people, they fuck people over, and they don't care. They just don't fucking care. That's bullshit. Sorry for my language, but that's the way the world is now. They have a nihilistic worldview. It's very selfish. And it's due to the worldview, at least in my opinion, because if people knew that this world was created by a creator, then they would feel like that they have some eyes over their shoulder and they have to act accordingly, you know. Even if they don't really know if anything's there watching them or not, they would still have that feeling that, man, I'm being watched. Maybe I better act accordingly. And for so long that people are just taught, or at least believe that, you know, we're nothing. You're stardust. There's no God. There's nobody watching you. You can do whatever you want. There's no consequences. You're just gonna be worm food one day. Even though they say energy can't be destroyed. Like that's one thing that got me. Energy can't be destroyed. Energy can only be transformed and changed, but it cannot be destroyed. You can't get rid of energy, right? So when you die, what happens, right? Where does that fucking energy go? I just feel like there's I mean, maybe it's just me, I don't know, but there's something deeper. And this topic kind of brings you to that. Whatever that is, I don't know. But I know that learning about this topic, learning that a lot of stuff I was taught in schools may not be the truth. Learning that a lot of things that I accepted as truth that you can test out in the real world to find out it's not truth. You start to question your own morality, right? And people, a lot of these people that act shitty and selfish, they do it thinking that they're good people because of this worldview. And I think that might be the basis of this whole narrative, right? Is just to breed people that just don't give a shit about anybody else but themselves. It's just called nihilism. So, sorry to be rambling, y'all. My bad. Lance, what's up, bro?
Yo, what's up, brother?
I didn't mean to call you out, man. I just felt pretty lonely out here fucking talking shit about myself. Well, I appreciate y'all. I'm gonna head off. I'll probably join you guys tomorrow night.
Take care, man.
Cheers, buddy.
All right. Peace out, guys.
What's up, DJ? You're on early, man. Maybe you're asleep. Or you're getting ready for your day.
Hey, what's up, sheepdog?
What's up, man? You just waking up?
Yeah, man, got up nice and early.
You're up
Making a
early,
coffee.
bro.
Yeah, making a
Happy to.
cappuccino right now.
5:45 there?
5:46 at the moment.
Ah. Look at that. I don't even know your longitude, and I got it right, dude.
Man, the moon is freaking looking bright tonight.
Yeah, well, so every time they say it's a supermoon, right? The supermoon, like, the only time the moon ever looks big is on the horizon.
Yep.
So, I mean, when they say, oh, it's a supermoon, like, yeah, always a supermoon on the horizon.
Yeah, it's such a trip.
But yeah. Is the wifey sleeping in? Yeah, you're probably not at your computer.
What did you say, man?
I said, is the wifey sleeping in?
No, she's awake. Yeah, I'm just making us some coffees now.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, gonna put in a big day's work so we can relax nice and early in the afternoon. We've been rewatching all of the old series of The Walking Dead each night, a couple of episodes before bed. It's freaking. I didn't used to like the show, but it's rewatching it now. It's kind of interesting.
Oh, yeah, no, like, I figured it out probably around season 4 that, like, all the NPCs in the world are the zombies. We had some good conversations earlier. A couple people came in thinking flat Earth was stupid, and then we gave them some logical conclusions to draw from, and like, oh man, I never thought about it like that, really. And it seemed kind of genuine, like they were kind of, you know, like not like super book smart, college smart, or anything like that, but they were like following the logic, right? I even had one guy. He had admitted that the uh, water always looks flat, right? And it's like, the water's supposed to curve around the ball because of gravity, right? And he thought about it, and it just didn't make any sense to him. And I was like, "What?" And I was like, like by your silence, I'm guessing that doesn't make sense." He's like, "Not really." He's like, "Water's flat on the surface." I was like, "Exactly." But if 70% of the surface of water, of the 70% of the surface of the Earth is water, the water would have to curve around the ball. It's like, "Oh, damn, dude, I never thought about it like that." Like, I didn't even have to, like, bring him into that conclusion. He understood it right away. He just never put 2 and 2 together. I'm like, "Oh, dude."
Yeah, most people have never had these, new ways of thinking even presented to them. They've never thought about it, and when it's presented to them, it's it's a very logical argument.
I had one guy, I think it was yesterday, um, or it might have been this morning. I think it was this morning for me, morning, probably evening for you. He might have been there. It was just for lack of better terms, it was a shit show because the guy refused to acknowledge the logic in a sentence or phrase. Um, like he would just look for like an excuse. Well, how do you explain it? No, no, no. We're not moving to another question. Just do you agree with the statement? If the surface of the earth is flat, measurably, then whatever's happening in the sky can only happen over flat earth. Well, how do you explain blah blah blah? No.
You're talking about Almanator?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what happens when we get a dishonest anti-flat Earth clown.
Oh yeah, you were there. You called him out for being dishonest.
Yeah. He wouldn't admit that if you measured the surface flat, it doesn't matter what the sky's doing. He wouldn't admit it. He wouldn't even admit that if you measured the floor of a big room flat, then it doesn't matter what's going on the ceiling of the room. The floor's still flat. He wouldn't even admit that.
Yeah, like I mean, I gave him the stellarium, observation inside of a planetarium room, right? Like that's a perfect example of how you can project um, light in the sky on over a flat surface. Anywho, good morning to you. I'm heading off to bed. I hope you have a good day.
Yeah, take care, bro.
Later, man.
Catch you later, sheepdog.
I should probably go to bed soon too. I just hopped in real quick to see if there's any last minute shenanigans going on. You boys have a good one. Take care, everybody.
See you, lads. Catch you later, man.
Peace, brother.
Uh, oh, oh God. Oh.
Like what? Are you serious right now, bro? Are you serious right now?
Earth is flat or not? Hello, guys. I think flat Earth finally makes some sense. This is the most true ideology in all of the stupid VCs. Not gonna lie.
Have you had any interactions, or how long have you been in the topic,
This isn't
that sort
the
of thing?
debate Discord. I was in a debate Discord, then they added me here.
Oh, excellent. All right. So, what is your level or knowledge on your argument? Like, okay, let's put it to you this way: if someone was to ask you, "How is the Earth flat?" what would be your response?
I would say you can see mountains from way too far away, then you should be able to see them from. Because there's curvature calculators and stuff that say where you'd be able to see the top, the middle, the bottom, and they don't match up.
Okay. Yeah, the see too far. We usually expound on that point because see too far is a bit too ambiguous. We want to make sure that the point is understood, that the predictable distance away that the Earth's curvature should present itself would be at a certain distance, and beyond that would be us seeing far past the geometric curve of the Earth that should be there if it was. So we see too far. It needs to be kind of like proposed to them the reason why. So it just say, like, when you say we see too far, it doesn't give a lot of context. So somebody who doesn't know what you're saying will just think that's a silly argument. You have to give at least some context to it, which adds more weight to like what you're saying, because the Earth's a certain size as a globe, right? It would be a certain geometric shape size. So you're using radius, diameter, circumference to actually go against that and test it, right? So that's the reason why we see too far is not just we see too far, it's we see farther past the predicted distance that the geometric horizon should present itself. That's a bit more weighty when you say it like in a way that shows that the reason why you're saying you see far, too far. Does that make any sense? Like, I just want to clean up a little bit of like, maybe the ways you've been posing it to.
You can see too far, right? I believe that.
Yeah,
And
but it's the way it's proposed, like how you say it. It needs to be contextualized. So if you don't contextualize it, people don't know what you mean by I see too far. You need to at least give them enough reason why you say you see too far. You see farther past the geometric horizon that should be there if it was a globe. If you don't say those words, they're seeing too far is meaningless. You get what I'm saying? Like, there's not a lot of context when you say that. So you need to kind of like put in there the reason why you're saying you see too far.
Makes sense. I agree.
Yeah. It's all about context in this game. Essentially, because of the fact that we're dealing with people who are not genuine characters. So when you're talking to them, what's going to happen?
I'm not trolling you guys.
And I'm not talking about you. But what I'm saying is, when you're on the internet and you're dealing with people who think that the Earth is a globe, they're going to try everything that they can to make what you're saying sound ridiculous. So if your points are on lock, there's nothing they can say. You know what I mean? So long as everything that's being proposed to them is airtight, like how you're proposing it.
I see what you're saying.
So yeah, this is essentially what we do in here. Iron sharpens iron, right? So we get stronger by listening to others and gleaning like points that others make, like in here, and kind of refining our own like stance and how we tell people like how the Earth is flat and such. So it's a training ground, a battleground, and like whatever you want to call it. But yeah, it's where the rubber meets the road. And here we deal with a lot of people who are like sophists. So sophistry is being used on us on the daily. So you got a lot of speakers in here who know how to carry themselves in an argument where somebody who's trying to use sophistry on them.
Okay. And I'm not really here to debate or to try to convince you guys or anything. And I'm on your side in terms of believing the flat Earth and all sorts of experiments and I don't know what I'll call them, but like government lies or conspiracies and stuff. I believe in because a lot of it seems fake. But I do have this debate like question about.
I'll hear it. I just want to kind of go back a little bit what you said there. You said I believe like you guys. We don't believe. We don't use that word. That word belief is it has a connotation that you accept something without any evidence. So we would say we know the Earth is flat, that gives a knowledge claim and an affirmative. So just to kind of clean up a little bit, like I have to, because there is a lot of people that are pedantic that will get you on certain points. So, but go ahead. What's your question? I do want you to get your question.
Okay, so you guys, know the Earth is flat. When I'm here, I know the Earth is flat. But when you talk about the Earth and you talk about the land and where it ends and stuff, is the answer just nobody knows? Because the ball Earth thing has the Earth's land ending on more Earth, and that kind of seems like it fits into some sort of understandable reality a little bit more than land just endlessly extends and
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
or
We
what
always
is it on the flat Earth?
yeah
Do you
we
know
always go
the
yeah we
the
always go with yeah. I heard you. I fully understand what you're asking, sir. I mean, you don't really have to go too far into it. I know what you mean. But everybody that comes in here and listens to us, we tell them that we go based on first principles. What do you know, right? What do I know? Well, what we can know is that information that we can know about the earth around us is that we can only go and travel to certain places based on, either restriction of travel or, permitted. So we can't just freely go onto this earth anywhere we'd like. So exploration of the earth is not something that you could just get up and go do if you wanted to check, right? Let's say you wanted to check to see how far the limitations of this earth or the realm that you exist in are. You wouldn't be able to do it. There's a lot of red tape for you to actually get around this earth, right? Permits and you got to get passports and all kinds of things, right? So it just makes sense that when people say, well, we know because the earth is a globe, you'd have to turn it back around to them and say, well, you say but you're not able to check. See, the thing about the globe is that it's just an invention of someone's like idea of it's like a mathematical construct, right? The earth is a oblate spheroid, but when we're here on flat earth, we can only travel to known places that people have been. And anywhere that they might think that we can't go, well, we don't know about any other areas, like, let's say, beyond the ice wall, or the idea that the Earth is an AE map and there's more land behind Antarctica. Like, that's not a part of what we do here. We don't have to go into that because it's not the questions that we're asking have to deal with the Earth being a horizontal plane, right?
Yeah,
So the
I
most
don't know
important,
that anything beyond that exists either, and I've never been there.
yeah, yeah. But what I'm saying is, it's considered non sequitur. So it's a point that doesn't need to be made. The edge questioned, or like, well, we know that the Earth is a globe and stuff. They can't know that specific thing about the Earth and maps and such. Not only because they don't know from first principles, but also because they don't know if it's a globe or not. So the idea that they can travel certain places on a globe is the derivative conversation, where the premise should be, do I know it's a globe, first of all? Then I can see if I can travel on it like one, which that you'd get an absolute no from that too. So there's a lot there to be desired for the people that are saying what you think they're saying to you. It's kind of like a hat trick, right? They'll be
So,
telling you that yeah, they'll know because the earth is a globe, but they don't know it's a globe. So you got to take in the first principles. How do you know it's an actual globe? Like, we have to start there. We can't go from like, well, because there's the earth is a ball, and the maps will wrap around, and so we got more land. I mean,
okay,
that's just the idea that the earth is a globe. You're indulging them. You have to stop them so they can get to think, well, really, how do I know it's an actual globe? And they have to present that information to you.
okay, but
You get what I
so
mean?
I feel like I understand that, and I feel like I can accept that. But can you accept that my question has, an answer it's looking for that isn't
No,
really
no, it
in the
doesn't.
system?
You
Like,
accept no,
is
no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Let me tell you why. Because
that
you either accept
space
and
that
as an interlocutor, right? You either accept the answer that they're giving you, or you challenge them. So if you don't challenge them, then it's your fault because you've accepted that as an answer to the question, is there more land? Well, yes, of course, because it's a globe and it wraps around. That's your fault. You need to stop them and get them to think that's
what
not an
is
answer.
the end of the land?
You're breaking up, sir. Try
It
again.
would be beyond the end of the land or anything. In a
Yeah, and
ball,
that's not a
it
question,
makes
right?
sense. There's more
No,
stuff,
it doesn't. Sir,
more.
here's a problem. It doesn't make sense because you're accepting the premise that the Earth is a ball, so it makes sense. But if you do not accept that and you say, no, wait a minute, it shouldn't make sense because you haven't proved it. It would make sense if you can prove it, but you didn't prove there's any sphericity to the surface. There's no curvature. So the idea that the Earth is a ball only exists in the mind, and anything that you accept from that being that they say that, well, it makes sense because it's a ball, is what you're capitulating on certain points that you shouldn't, right? This is where you need to brush up on like your argument skills. You should be able to stop them and say, wait a minute, wait a second. No, it doesn't make any sense because it's not a globe. You need to stop them. And the idea that you accept that is the reason why they undermine or sabotage your position. Yours, because you're trying to like show them the earth is flat and you can't do that now because you just gave up sacred space to their idea that the earth could be a globe with it wrapping around, and that gives an answer to your question of not knowing and them knowing. You've handed them the idea is what I'm saying. You shouldn't do that.
But does that idea that the Earth is a globe, is that the same one that really says the end of the land results in nothing or void or more land? Because it feels like it's a different explanation. And I'm not a globe earther. I'm just providing this argument.
Yeah, I know you're not. I know you're not. But
Was
what's
something
happening? Yeah, I get it, Shine. But listen to me, dude.
sense
I
if
know
it's
you're not. I know you're not a globe. You don't need to reaffirm that. I understand that.
no
What I'm
sense if
saying though, yeah, there's some lag between us, I think. Well, what I'm saying though is like you don't have to accept what they're saying. The reason that you accept what they're saying is that's basically your choice. You don't have to. As someone who's challenging them, you don't have to accept it. You can say no. I'm
you're
not
very
going to accept your idea that the Earth is a globe. You can say that, but you have to be firm on that. Like when you give them that, you're actually not doing justice to the argument of the Earth being a horizontal plane. Because now, when
Yeah.
it's your turn to tell them, what's going to happen is they're going to be like, "Oh, wait a minute, no, it's not a flat horizon or a flat plane because I said it could be a globe and you agreed with me." So you basically gave them a reason to believe that the Earth is a globe without challenging them. This is the issue, Shine. Is what I'm saying.
It's also context dependent, right? Like, I mean,
believe
you wouldn't be doing this at Thanksgiving dinner, right?
Yeah,
Because then your family will kick you out for being a complete asshole.
yeah, you pick and choose your battles, of course. I mean, you find the time and place. But the good thing here is like when you're doing this, you always also have to use tact, right? Make sure that you're tactful about it, like you're not just like a total dickhead. But the important thing too is you can't. There's no position that you can. There's nothing that you can waver on. You have to make them understand the earth is just a construct of the mind. It is not something that's in reality. So that needs to be paramount in your argument with them. Does that make any sense, Shine? Like, because I hear a lot of like you
it.
say
I
you're a
get it.
flat earther and stuff, but I want you to realize that, yeah, being
I'm
someone who's
confused.
intellectually honest. Go ahead.
Seem like it would work
Go
for
ahead.
everybody. I'm willing to buy your side of the argument and that there's lots of stuff that is presupposing a globe and all that. But if you're just talking to somebody trying to convince them, you have to answer their questions, right? You can't say
No, that's not the heart of your aim.
you believe in a globe.
Hold on, brother. Yeah, brother, hold on. That's not the heart of your aim, right? You don't want to convince them. You want to challenge them. Challenging them is different. Convincing them is a whole other thing. That means that you're not going to leave until they understand what you're saying. And the only thing you're trying to do is get to challenge them so they can start to think like, wait a minute, I couldn't answer that question.
I'm not
So if
trying
you're
to take away their beliefs or anything. I'm here for fun, just arguing for fun.
well, see, that's your motive then. Maybe it's not for the sake of like identifying whether or not they can know what truth is. Maybe yours is just for a different reason. We're not here. I don't know. Maybe some people are here for just fun. I'm not. I'm here to tell people about the truth of the world that we live in. It's important to me. Many people, let me tell you how important this is, right? Many people have given their lives and the company of friends have that we know of, right, have passed away, giving all that they can to this topic. So it's not fun for me. Like, not in that sense. It's fun in that we get to hang around with each other and speak truth, and you know what I mean. But not in the sense of like, it's just like flippant. You know, like I'm just, oh, la di da. It doesn't really matter anyway. Like, no, it does matter to me. So, but
So
yeah.
if I can offer some context and perspective too on this, I mean, I've got many friends in my life who know that I'm into flat Earth, and I've got many who don't, and the two groups don't necessarily talk or cross pollinate with each other. But the kind of friend that doesn't know that I'm into flat Earth at all is the kind of guy that I'd sit down, we'd go hang out and have some beers with, and I might ask a question like, "Hey, so you ever look into this flat Earth shit?" And he'd be like, yeah, I have. I'm like, isn't it weird how nobody's ever been able to measure the actual curvature of the Earth? I've been looking into this. I don't freaking get it, dude. And the point is you can play coy, you can have fun with it, and you're not necessarily there to like exercise demons from their soul or anything. There are different ways to go about this in different contexts, and you can absolutely have fun with this in the right context, and maybe even plant a seed in the process.
Yeah, but it just can't be the heart of someone's aim just to have fun. Like, it's not. That's. I mean, if you're in it for just that, then I think this is the wrong thing to be doing. I think.
Well,
I mean, just pure,
I
just
think
pure,
every situation is
just pure,
context dependent.
like just pure fun.
It's not an
That's
interrogation.
well, I think it kind of is though. Not in the way that you've just presented it, but it is because you really want to get them to think about what the Earth is. So you're trying to do it in a tactful way. But what this gentleman is trying to like actually relay here is that he's having nothing but fun, and like that's all he's in here for. So whether or
I don't.
not he makes a
I
point that sticks, he's not.
logic. I want the strength of reasoning.
We're not going to get that if you're just like joking around. It don't really matter. I'll give him the idea that the Earth is a globe. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you have to. Your points have to be at least.
Fun seeing whether you guys have good arguments or not. And you do have some good arguments, and some of the arguments aren't as good. If you're just going to shut me off from talking about the arguments that aren't as good, then sorry, it's just less, fun for me. And, it makes me think you don't have as good an answer as I would want to hear. But, you know,
Wow,
I'm
dude.
trying
Yeah.
to.
I guess there might be some that agree with you, but I don't. I think that you're going about it all wrong. Like,
I see
I
where he's
just
going
joined.
though. Like,
Which
rapport is absolutely important. You have to have rapport. And if you're going to have continued discussions, you want to make sure that they want to have the next discussion with you. Like, if you just come in guns blazing and start intellectually beating them on the head to flat smack your friends, you're going to be very lonely.
All right.
I
Well,
just joined.
to
Which
hear.
arguments do you think are good?
Were you talking to me?
Yeah, yeah. Which arguments do you think are good, and which ones do you think are bad? I just joined.
All right. Well, I don't really believe in gravity. I think the whole thing with lasers and lakes and mountains and line of sight shows flat Earth to be pretty true. Um, One of the arguments I find, less good is how does the Earth, block out the sun? Is the Earth really spinning? It's a little bit hard for me to get into because I don't know what arguments I think aren't good. I'm more of a flat earther than a non-flat earther. So I think a lot of the flat earth arguments are good. But yeah, some of them are good. I just don't think gravity in the solar system would work out all that well. But I don't think that flat earth is just automatically proven by doubt in the other one. I don't know. I'm sorry that didn't really provide that much, but can you go off that?
No, that's a good answer, and that's an honest way to think about it. To be honest,
I'm trying to be honest. So, I mean, there's lots of good flat Earth arguments. Like, here's one. How does the oceans of the Earth become a ball shape of an Earth when water should lay flat. The only way it could be in a ball shape like that, it just couldn't. Water is never in a ball shape like that. And so those photographs of the Earth from outer space where the oceans wrap around the ball has got to be fake. They would just be flat instead in reality, based on reality physics of water and stuff. And you just have a flat ocean in between the continents which stick up above the ocean. That makes plenty of sense. I think that's a fairly good flat Earth argument, or an argument that the photographs are fake. Meanwhile, the water itself, in all sorts of experiments, seems to show that it doesn't curve over any sort of distance, which would easily disprove, what we believe about the globe, or what we think we see about the globe when we look at the pictures of outer space looking down on the Earth and seeing the ball Earth with the oceans curving around, filling in the space between the lands. They would really be flat, right? Because water would be flat across the distance. I mean, scientists will try to say, "Ooh, gravity makes it so that it holds itself in a sphere shape." But I don't believe that. When can you ever put water in a shape that's like a mound of dirt instead of it all spilling out to the sides and being flat? You can't. That's what I would think. So a picture of the Earth from space, it's got to be fake. I don't know if that was the point. I'm just saying that's one